Good afternoon to all. My name is Vasilis Nikitas, and I'm part of the European Commission team based here in Athens. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to this digital conference entitled European Semester for Greece 2020, Stimulating a Resilient Recovery Through Investments, Digital Transformation and Green Economy. As some of you may recall, a similar conference took place last year at the Acropolis Museum. This conference again is organized by the European Commission in close collaboration with the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research, IOBE. So I would like to very briefly share some more practical information with you. So can we please get the relevant picture on the screen now? Thank you. So as shown on your screen, I hope, at the conference website, which you should all be familiar with as you have connected through it, you will also be able to find the detailed program for today and tomorrow. As you will see for today, there will be 5 sessions and the conference is expected to finish shortly after 7 o'clock. Further, at the website, you will also be able to find short bios of all of our speakers, as well as a number of relevant fact sheets and links can also be found there. So, and we would also like to welcome our audience to pass on any questions you may have by sending an email to ec_conference@iobe.gr. But given the tight schedule we have, we hope that the moderators will still have some time to pose some of the questions you will be sending us. Finally, just to inform you that all presentations and discussions during this conference will take place in English. Unfortunately, there is no interpretation available into Greek. So can I please ask for the picture to be removed now? Thank you. And now I have the great pleasure to introduce the head of the European Commission representation in Greece, George Markopoliotis, who will be delivering the opening remarks. Over to you, George. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vasily, for this introduction. Dear all, it's a great pleasure to be here today in this very sunny and warm afternoon in Athens, although remotely, at this very important event with high-level speakers, which include Commissioners Gentiloni, Schmidt, and ministers of the Greek government, Minister Saikouras, Georgiadis, Mr. Kerameos, and Mr. Pellerakakis, and many prominent academics. This conference was originally scheduled to take place last March. However, the coronavirus pandemic brought about seismic changes, which we have all experienced in one way or another on almost every level. When it comes to the economy, we're already starting to feel the consequences. So now we have to figure out how to move forward. We have to turn this crisis into an opportunity to transform our growth model by putting green economy and digital transformation at the center of a resilient and sustainable recovery. During the past difficult months, dark months almost, we should say, Greece proved that this can be done. For instance, in a very short time, the country's administration took a huge digital leap forward. Europe will back Greece, and of course all member states in this effort. A few weeks ago, the European Commission presented its proposals for Next Generation EU, a major recovery plan of 750 billion euros, as well as for a revamped multi-annual financial framework fit for the circumstances over the next 7 years. A major component of the Next Generation EU is a new recovery and resilience facility of 560 billion euros embedded in the European semester, which will offer financial support for investments and reforms, including in relation to the green and digital transitions. Now, the important thing, obviously, is to reach an agreement on the Commission's proposals and to make sure that all member states make the most out of these tools. To this end, I'm sure that this e-conference will offer much food for thought on how Greece in particular can stage a resilient recovery with green economy and digital transformation at the forefront. Thanking you for your attention. I pass now the floor, the digital floor, to Paul Koutos, the head of unit for Greece in the Director General for Economic and Financial Affairs. Paul.
Thank you very much, George. I am truly delighted to welcome all the speakers and participants to this second European semester conference for Greece. And I say this with feeling because it was not necessarily to be taken for granted that we could have the conference in a timely manner as we do now. When we met last year at the Acropolis Museum for the first conference, and some of you will have been there was a sense that we could even start a tradition in some sense by meeting every year to continue our dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, policy ideas for Greece. And we were all set to do this on the 19th of March, but that was, of course, when the full shock hit. And we are now having the conference in a different format and in a sense in a different world. But the issues to discuss are clearly more topical than ever. And I would very much like to thank our partners, IOBE, Nikos Vetas and his team, for their great effort in making this virtual event happen in such a timely manner. There is quite a lot on our plate for the coming 2 afternoons, and I would essentially see 3 strands of discussion that are all interlinked. First, the long-standing underlying challenges facing the Greek economy have been brought into even sharper focus by the crisis. That is, unwinding the large macroeconomic imbalances, ensuring social cohesion, normalizing the financial sector, strengthening investment conditions, diversifying the economy, all of these things. Greece has been on a good track, but is now having to face these challenges from a much more difficult crisis situation. Second point, however, Greece is not alone in this. We will have opportunity to discuss the very strong European dimension to the crisis response. The European Union has been swift in responding, and the Commission has set out, as George mentioned, has set out new proposals for a comprehensive recovery and resilience strategy backed by new instruments. And provided that Greece makes good use of these possibilities, it stands to benefit greatly from this. Third, these new instruments will also help to advance with longer-term transformational reforms that would have to happen with or without the pandemic. And I'm here in particular referring to the green and digital transition, about which we will also hear in our conference. Now, all these issues we will be able to discuss with a highly distinguished lineup of speakers, as George already mentioned, and to whom I'm very grateful for participating in this conference. And I'm also happy to say that we have, at this stage, over 600 registered participants. So in some sense, I think both the high caliber of the speakers and also the wide participation are perhaps ways in which this virtual format, while not ideal in many ways, might have actually brought an advantage in terms of our discussion. So I do trust that we will have lively and engaging sessions also in this new and perhaps somewhat unfamiliar format. With this, really all that's left for me to do at this stage is to wish us all a very rich and stimulating 2 afternoons of conference. And I give the floor to Nikos Vetas to kick off the program. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody to this first session for this conference, which we believe is going to be an important one, and certainly for at a very crucial juncture, of course, for the European Union, but also for Greece, which is the focus of this two-day e-conference. My name is Nikos Vetas. I'm the General Director of IOBE and Professor at the Athens University of Economics. I do not believe that the two gentlemen that are with us today need any introduction. It is an honor and a pleasure to have the Commissioner for the Economy of the European Commission, Paolo Gentiloni, as well as Christos Staikouras, who is the Finance Minister of the Hellenic Republic. How we do this is that the two gentlemen are going to present first their opening remarks of about 11 minutes. And then we're going to have a little bit of a time for interaction and questions. Those of you in the audience that would like to relay questions, we have an email address that can be found on the conference website. However, let's get to business. And so I'm giving the speech to Commissioner Gentiloni, and I would like to ask how the European economy is doing, and through that lens, how the Greek economy is doing.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, dear Christos, dear friends. Very glad to be in this conference, as Nikos Vetas said, in a crucial moment for Europe and for Greece. Our economy is shaken by this crisis. A crisis that we always have to remember took a heavy toll on human lives and was testing our healthcare and welfare systems, and also is leaving behind a long tail of uncertainty. So our economic forecasts are all submitted to this remaining uncertainty. We are not seeing second waves of this pandemic in Europe, but uncertainty is still there. And so a recovery, strong action is needed exactly to face these risks that we have. The crisis forced all of us to find new ways of working, of interacting and living, and it has raised questions about where we want and need to invest in the future, and also revealed the power of digital technologies, an area where more investment would be warranted looking forward. The speed and magnitude of the crisis came as a shock to everyone, but I have to say that after a few weeks, Europe was able to react swiftly and take ambitious decisions. An unprecedented crisis made possible to overcome visions and divisions of the previous 10 years. And the response was unprecedented as the crisis was. Preventing fragmentation within the EU economy has been one of our main concerns, because the pandemic and the lockdown affected all Europe. But as we all know, not all member states are in the same position to tackle the fallout. And this is why the common crisis has called for a coordinated response and an EU dimension of financial response. Already in March, the Commission activated the so-called general escape clause and the temporary state aid guidelines. This allowed all member states to take appropriate fiscal measures, but also made clear the different fiscal firepower among member states, and also the risks of these differences for our single market. And so our decision to let the strength of member state reaction free from our rules for a certain amount of time made even more clearer the necessity to adopt common measures. And this was the case in the first period with the package of the three decisions of the Eurogroup, the Commission proposal on SURE, the EIB support for small and medium enterprises, and the ESM credit line for healthcare systems. And lastly, we proposed the European Recovery Package, which is, again, sorry to repeat this term, unprecedented in its ambition, 750 billion euros. It's 5 times the EU annual budget, just to give us an idea of the amount. And it is unprecedented in its principles because the EU will borrow money in the markets to transfer these resources to its member states, and this money will be repaid, this common debt will be repaid thanks to new own resources. So someone said that this was an Hamiltonian moment. I am reluctant to use this term. Maybe we can discuss this in 10 years from now, but for sure it was and it is a defining moment for Europe. Our duty now is to turn this immense challenge into an opportunity, not only by supporting the recovery, but also by investing in a greener, more digital, and more inclusive future for Europe. We are not dealing with a new round of macroeconomic adjustment programs. Not at all. Participation in the recovery is voluntary. Ownership by member states is essential. As a first step, we expect member states to come forward with what we call resilience and recovery plans. And in these plans, member states will set out a package of key reforms and investments aimed to achieve the sustainable and inclusive economic recovery with emphasis on the green transition and the digital transformation. And we are very much looking forward to Greece's own plan. So, dear friends connected to our conference, coming to Greece, I have to say that I was impressed by the swift action taken by the Greek government to deal with the pandemic on all fronts, while keeping the existing reform agenda on track. This doesn't mean that the Greek economy was not affected by this crisis, because the lockdown were decided all over Europe. So the level of the outbreak is not exactly corresponding to the level of the economic consequences. I would also like to congratulate the Greek authorities and Christos in particular for rapidly adopting a comprehensive package of measures in support of economy worth up to 10.5% of GDP in 2020, and for swiftly reinforcing the public healthcare sector. The next challenge for the Greek government, like for other member states, that also have to say for the Commission, because it is really new stuff for the Commission, will be to make full use of the significant new resources made available to finance the recovery. This will require clearly defined objectives with agreed schedules and milestones. For Greece, this is an opportunity to carry out reforms to eliminate the bottlenecks that have for too long held back productivity and economic growth. It is also a key opportunity to undertake investments that will make the economy more innovative, competitive, fairer, and more future-oriented. I am confident that with the support of the EU, it will now be possible for Greece to undertake key reforms. For instance, to further improve tax administration and public financial management, to address remaining weaknesses in the way public authorities work, to accelerate the pace of civil justice systems, and foster efficiency in the energy sector. The government could also resume and accelerate its efforts to improve digital performance, including in the public administration, the justice system, and businesses. On the social front, given the still high unemployment and the threat that the lockdowns are posing to further unemployment, Greece could benefit from further improving active employment skills in the labor market. Let me reassure, because I've heard questions on this, that in terms of monitoring of reforms, we will try to maximize synergies with the existing post-program enhanced surveillance framework that applies to Greece to avoid additional burden for the government. In conclusion, Greece has so many unique strengths. Its strategic geographical location, its incredible pool of renewable resources of energy, its biodiversity and sustainability, and its strong research and human capital stock are only some of its assets. Traditional sectors such as agro-food, transport and logistics, and tourism, but also new and innovative sectors such as high-tech have enormous potential. I am convinced that by fully embracing these resources, the economy can truly flourish and Greece will be able to play a key role in the region. Now is the moment for this country to seize the opportunity. For our European recovery strategy, success in your country is crucial. In Greece, we experienced limits and difficulties in facing the previous financial crisis. And in Greece, we need to demonstrate how strong and successful a common response could be. In Greece, we have to show that we are in a new and different chapter of our common European project. The European Commission stands by Greece. We will continue to support you in this journey. Thank you. Evkaristo.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe you gave an excellent overview of where we are, the challenges, but also that the road ahead doesn't have to be difficult if we make appropriate choices, however, I would like to ask you a question, which, however, is going to come after the minister's intervention. But my question will have to do, on the one hand, whether we should worry about the level of debt in Europe going up, and if we should expect that we're going to run collectively as Europe in terms of productivity, so that this debt becomes manageable. But let's first hear the Greek minister, Mr. Staikouras, for his own view, where Greece is and how it's gonna, what is the path that he expects we're going to take ahead. So, Christo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Paolo. Good afternoon, Paolo. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the European Commission and the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research for their kind invitation. I would like to congratulate them for managing to hold the European Semester Conference on Greece, despite the difficult circumstances, taking into account the new technologies. Europe, as Paolo mentioned, is facing an unprecedented, multidimensional crisis due to the COVID-19 outbreak, a crisis which is continuously rekindled, characterized by a great deal of uncertainty. As Paolo mentioned, a long tail of uncertainty. In contrast with the financial crisis a decade ago, Europe this time has reacted quickly, taking important decisions and activating both fiscal and liquidity boosting measures. Just to pick up some of them, fiscal rules, targets, and requirements were lifted. The framework for state aid and public procurement became more flexible. The ECB has introduced the PEPP and has adopted a package of temporary collateral easing measures. And finally, as Paolo mentioned, Europe activated a safety net for states, employees, and businesses through the ESM pandemic crisis support, the SURE program to subsidize employment, and the pan-European EIB guarantee fund to strengthen business liquidity. Now, Europe is discussing the European Commission's proposal for a new recovery instrument, the famous Next Generation EU, a sufficiently ambitious, rational, and growth-friendly proposal, and at the same time, flexible, realistic, and in line with the challenges we are facing. This proposal is mainly based on grants rather than loans. It gives every member state the flexibility and the opportunity to draw its national strategy. It includes common borrowing, and it emphasizes on sectors that are important for Europe's future, such as digital transformation and green development. At this point, I have to underline Commissioner Gentiloni's important personal contribution to the formulation of this proposal and to the common effort to reach an agreement on its final form. What is important is to reach an agreement to make funds available the soonest possible and to make the best use of them in order to reset our economies and become stronger and more competitive. In this debate, Greece participates with concrete, realistic proposals, having the experience of handling successfully until now the COVID-19 crisis. Now to turn to Greece, since its beginning, the top priority of the Greek government is to protect human life and public health, and then to support households and enterprises in order to tackle the consequences of the pandemic. Indeed, the European Commission has recognized the rapid political reaction of the government in the field of the economy, noting that this lays the groundwork for a dynamic recovery in 2021. In the context of our comprehensive, realistic, and dynamic package of policy measures, of expansionary policy measures, fiscal measures, to support public health, employment, business liquidity, and social cohesion, we have spread a wide safety net over household enterprises. These measures were adjusted to respond to the different phases and needs arising every day, including inter alia, deferrals, special allowances for employees and self-employed, short-term employment schemes, one-off VAT reduction on transports, coffees, beverages, and tourism package, business financing in the form of a refundable advance payment or through state guarantees, extension of the regular unemployment benefit, and targeted measures for sectors more severely affected by the crisis, such as tourism, air, and maritime transport. The total cost of the measures is estimated at 24 billion euros, or 13% of GDP, and may increase depending on the development of the outbreak, as well as on the fiscal and financial and fiscal space of the country. and the following days and weeks, Ministry of Finance will inform our colleagues, our partners, on these initiatives. For all the above, the Eurogroup commended the Greek authorities for the quick and decisive policy response in taking the necessary economic and fiscal support measures. A crucial question is how we capture these financial needs. We have ensured the necessary fuels. We manage domestic resources with prudence. We are successfully borrowing from the markets, either GGBs or T-bills. We did it successfully today with 6 months T-bills and a very low interest rate. We execute the budget in the best possible way, and we are ready to use, to the best of our ability and at the right time, the existing European financial instruments. These instruments, and even more so the recovery plan, will form the basis to improve the composition of growth, not only the level of growth, but mainly the composition of growth. Greece faced for many years a significant investment gap. We have to close it. In this direction, we are setting forth two interrelated objectives. The first is how we will close the negative output gap, safeguarding at the same time responsible public finances. And the second, how we will improve the economy supply side in order to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth rates with a high level of social cohesion, addressing also demographic challenges. To achieve these objectives, we have ambitious plans for the period ahead. Plans that are based on our conviction that a strong recovery presupposes a well-functioning banking sector, stable, liquid, and functioning sovereign bond markets, a balanced policy mix between monetary and fiscal policy, strong resumption of investment, both public and private, and restoration of global supply chains and international trade. In the light of these prerequisites, our policy priorities include, among others, the implementation of a prudent fiscal policy, building on Greece's fiscal credibility, which took a lot of effort, incorporating the gradual reduction of tax rates and mainly of social contributions, the strengthening of the banking sector, including non-performing loans reductions, a new insolvency code with several safeguards to filter strategic defaulters in order to tackle the high private debt, the implementation of the asset development plan. I would like to mention that issue that despite the adverse market conditions, significant progress has been made during this month in the privatization process of DEPA, of port authorities like Alexandroupoli and Alimos Marina, as well as on the legal backdrop for land partition and demolition of buildings concerning the Hellinikon project. Moreover, the ongoing digital transformation of the public sector, which will serve to further ease the administrative burden for household enterprises. Moreover, the continuous implementation of the government's reform agenda, introducing a lot of draft bills in the Parliament until the end of July, covering a wide range of policy actions from microfinance, we voted for that yesterday, for corporate governance, we did it today, and growth-friendly tax measures, to electric mobility, ban of single-use plastics, a modern environmental-friendly waste management strategy, and investments in endogenous sources of growth like education, research, and development. Moreover, the implementation of structural reforms covering, as Paolo mentioned before, the regulatory framework for doing business, the justice system, the clearance of arrears, the management of public investment, and the rural policy. And finally, investment in infrastructure focusing on green economy. We have set ambitious goals in our national energy and environment strategic plan. We are ensuring fair financing from the Just Transition Mechanism, and we are discussing the gradual adoption of green budgeting principles. Taking advantage of all the above, completing and implementing the national growth strategy, we will have the opportunity not only to recover, but to gain a strong, sustainable, inclusive growth, which will lead to attracting important investment and creating new, high-quality jobs. This is an opportunity that we have decided to seize in order to restructure the economy, to enhance its productivity, and to improve its competitiveness. We have the plan, the ability, and the determination to make it, to achieve fast and resilient recovery, as the session is entitled. Thank you very much, Nikos.
Thank you, Christo. Thank you, Minister. We only have perhaps 3 or 4 minutes for a quick interaction, but it was excellent that both of you combined. You set out the agenda for the whole two-day conference. That's going to be detailed in all the following panels. Let me, however, just ask one first question. First, to Commissioner Gentiloni. We are coming to this new crisis, which of course is due to an exogenous shock, hard to be predicted. However, Europe is coming to this with already a relatively high debt level, at least in many of the member states, and after several years of unconventional monetary policy. And despite that, investment and productivity in the whole continent, but specifically in many of its parts, has been lagging. I understand that, you know, this, as you described it, unprecedented response is appropriate, but is it going to be enough?
Well, first of all, we need it, and we have to reach it in the next weeks, nor not in the next months. Second, I think that combined with the initiatives taken by the ECB, this common European response should be considered not only for the consequences in the future created by investments and reform financed by this money, but should be also considered by the impact in financial markets, in reassuring financial markets that joined with the ECB intervention, this common responsibility, this common response was able to give. Is this canceling the issue of sustainability of debt? Of course not. But I have to say first that all European member states' debt are sustainable, not only because the Commission assessed this a few weeks ago for our ESM credit lines, but also because access to markets is clearly showing this. Second, that we for sure should be politically very wise in choosing the timing and the way of gradually going to a different fiscal stance. We will still need in 2021 a fiscal support, for sure. We can't risk a double dip recession that we already experienced in the financial crisis 10 years ago. We should take as a reference not the fact that the EU will go back to growth, because this will, I hope, be very obvious next year, but we will have as a reference the level of our GDPs before the pandemic shock. It is not sufficient to have a small rebound. And this is what the European Recovery Plan, I think, may really help to provide a stronger and more future-oriented rebound than the natural, normal rebound that you could have only with national measures. So you can have the privilege to have future-oriented interventions and investment because of this European funding.
So let us hope that it's going to be, that all this combined is going to be very effective. So finally, just for 1 minute that I think we have left at most to Minister Staikouras. There are two interrelated issues that I guess are difficult, that despite the very significant adjustment and improvement in the Greek economy the last 10 years or so, the investment gap is still there. And uncertainty is one thing that investors don't like. So now that we are adding some more global uncertainty, how can we be optimistic about investment at the macro level? And finally, how do you envision fiscal policy perhaps in the next couple of years? Because the rules have now been relaxed, but at some point they will be back. So I understand that all this is going to be discussed also in the next 2 or 3 sessions, but just a very quick glimpse of your thoughts. That would be very useful.
Okay, on titles, Nikos, I think we have to follow a prudent fiscal policy and implement structural reforms. I picked up some of them before, and Paolo mentioned that this is crucial, and the Greek government has achieved, even and despite the crisis, to implement structural reforms the previous 3 months. So this is the answer on uncertainty, to deliver on the fiscal side and on structural reforms. Regarding public debt, of course, public debt will increase, but as Paolo mentioned, the Greek state, the Greek debt is sustainable. This was confirmed by the ESM documents recently, taken into account mainly the profile of the Greek debt, its annual financial needs, and the official holders of debt. Very important issues that we managed to achieve some years ago as a Greek state. And on the final point, regarding what we will do with fiscal targets and rules, you picked up the word rules. It is very important, and Paolo was participating in the March Eurogroup when we decided to abolish not only rules, but also targets and requirements as long as the crisis will exist. This means that from September onwards, we will discuss not only rules, but also targets. And Greece is on an enhanced surveillance mechanism. This means that we have targets, and we have to discuss these targets, taking into account that the crisis will not be aside in 2021. So, of course, as all European countries, we will have common rules for 2021.
I think this will be a fascinating discussion in the next few months, but we have to do justice for the next panel. I would like to thank you both, Commissioner Gentiloni and Minister Staikouras. And for the audience, we are now going directly to the next panel that actually involves, from the Commission side, Declan Costello and Barbara Kaufman, and on the Greek side, Michael Argyroux. So I'm passing this directly to the moderator of that session, who is Angelos Athanasopoulos. Thank you both.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Paolo.
Ciao.
Thank you, Nikos.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
This is Angelos Athanasopoulos, Editor-in-Chief Politics from newspaper IOBE in Athens. I have the honor to chair the session Greece in the European Semester Policy Framework Post-COVID-19, a part of the European Semester E-Conference on Greece 2020, which is organized by the European Commission and the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research in Athens, IOBE. I would like to start as fast as I can, presenting our three speakers. Two of them you can see on the screens. Mr. Declan Costello, Deputy Director General in the DG ECFIN in the European Commission in Brussels. Good afternoon, Mr. Costello. Mr. Michael Argyroux, Chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors in Athens in the Ministry of Finance and Greece's representative in the EWG. And I hope that she will be with us soon enough, Mrs. Barbara Kaufmann, Director in DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion in the European Commission. Without any further ado, Mr. Costello, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Angelos, and good afternoon, everybody. could the organizers start my presentation so I could move quite quickly? Okay. Okay, so let me begin. So as I say, it's great to be able to join the conference, even if it is in a virtual setting. What I would like to do today is to present to you the findings and the guidance which the European Commission is providing to Greece in the context of the European semester. And this will be critical sort of going forward in the implementation of the new recovery and resilience facility. Now, it's hard to remember at this stage a time before the COVID crisis, but actually this European semester was going to be a very important one for the new von der Leyen Commission. We had earlier on this year set out an economic reform agenda for the European Union going forward, built upon the notion of facilitating the green and digital transition, but doing so in a fair and inclusive way. And the semester was reorientated around this concept, building on a term called competitive sustainability, where we would not only look at the issues related to economic growth, but also the environmental impact, fairness, and ensuring macroeconomic stability. Now, what happened, of course, is in the middle of the process, the COVID crisis hit us very, very dramatically, and we've had to adapt our economic governance and surveillance framework to cope with this. Now, Commissioner Gentiloni mentioned the first change which was made, and that was to activate the general escape clause of the Stability and Growth Pact. Now, this does not mean that fiscal surveillance has stopped. What it does mean is that on a temporary basis, the normal requirements of the Stability and Growth Pact no longer apply, and that gives space for member states to take the essential and necessary fiscal measures to cope with the immediate healthcare impact of COVID, and also to take the necessary fiscal measures to support households and firms during this very, very difficult time. The escape clause applies equally to Greece, notwithstanding the fact that Greece is under enhanced surveillance. And as the Commissioner mentioned, I think we're very, very supportive of the measures which have been taken by the Greek government to support the Greek economy during this difficult period. The second main change was actually just to redraft and refocus our country-specific recommendations so that they would be relevant for both the near-term challenges which member states face in responding to the crisis, but also provide forward-looking guidance on how the recovery phase could be shaped. Now, in terms of the immediate crisis response, the country-specific recommendations have 5 elements which are basically common to all member states. We encourage all member states to continue to provide the necessary resources to support the healthcare sector and to make it resilient to future pandemics. There is recommendations on to member states, encouraging them to continue to take and implement the measures to support employment and support the businesses through liquidity and other measures through this difficult period. And finally, to preserve the functioning of the single market. So you see this kind of much more shorter term, immediate crisis response orientation in our country-specific recommendations. But we also have the forward-looking guidance related to ensuring that that member states continue with efforts to support the green and digital transition. And we also emphasize the importance of promoting employment and social fairness. And then also we particularly focused in on aggressive tax planning and anti-money laundering, as we see these as being particular issues of importance and risk in the current juncture. The final element of the package was introduced by the Commissioner, the proposal for a Recovery and Resilience Fund. And this is relevant not only in terms of the fiscal support which it can provide to member states, but also because this process will be managed and governed through the European semester. So the European semester in the coming years will be the vehicle through which member states will be asked to submit national recovery and resilience plans, through which the Commission will assess and engage in dialogue with member states on these. So the semester is moving into a new phase where the focus will be very much focused on investments and how we can support economic recovery in the near term. So this is how this translated into country-specific recommendations, which the Commission proposed for Greece on the 20th of May, and which the Council are set to adopt in July. So the immediate first country-specific recommendation is to continue and sustain the immediate crisis support measures. We have a recommendation on employment, supporting employment through the recovery, and my colleague Barbara Kaufmann will focus on that. But I would like in the remaining few minutes to focus on the third and fourth recommendations. These are the recommendations to promote investments, particularly those that support the green and digital transition, and also to continue and complete the reforms in line with the post-program commitments for Greece, because in a sense, these provide the basis or the guidance which the Commission is providing to Greece for the recovery plan, which Minister Staikouras announced to us. So what I will present now is just some of the sort of key areas and key issues which we look forward to discussing with the Greek authorities in the months to come. I guess the first point to note is that Greece, of course, has entered this particular COVID crisis with some legacy issues from the previous financial crisis in the form of, particularly in the form of high levels of non-performing loans and high levels of public indebtedness. I should say there are, of course, strengths, and one very positive factor was the relatively strong budget balance position which Greece had at the start of the crisis, and that has provided some initial leeway for Greece to support the economy through additional fiscal measures. But I think more importantly, and I think this really has to be at the core of the recovery plan, which the authorities need to come forward, is to really focus upon changing the growth model, continuing to try to change the growth model of Greece, in particular to move towards a sort of an economy which is much more export oriented, and going for an export-led growth model. Now, what you can see here is that the share of exports as a percent of GDP has been increasing in Greece, but from very, very low levels. And we would normally expect an economy the size of Greece to have exports considerably higher than what it currently has. And you can see the problem on the left-hand side is what Greece currently has a very large surplus when it comes to services, and a lot of that comes from tourism. But when one looks at the trade balance in the form of goods, Greece continues to run a large deficit. And that is despite the fact that the income levels in Greece have not yet fully recovered from the impact of the economic crisis. So there is an underlying problem of competitiveness in Greece, mostly linked to non-price competitiveness issues. I think this was already mentioned by the minister. The critical issue as we see it is the investment gap. Investment as a share of GDP has not recovered recovered to the pre-crisis level. In fact, what we see is that when we compare to the EU average, overall investment is somewhere between 7 and 8 percentage points below what we would expect, what we see in other euro area countries. So there is already a gap of about 18 billion euros a year. And I think this will be the key challenge that has to be addressed. Now, fortunately, the Recovery and Resilience Fund does provide considerable amounts of potential additional investment funding that can help close the gap. Now, we will have to see what the outcome of the negotiations are, but nonetheless, this provides a huge potential opportunity for Greece. I think going forward, it'll be interesting to hear what Michael said. A big challenge going to be facing Greece is the actual ability of the public sector to absorb these additional resources and to deploy them and make them to good use. Maybe just closing up, on the green and digital transition, we do see that there are significant shortfalls or opportunities for improvement when it comes to the green transition. This comes in areas such as solid waste. We see also that greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector are quite high relative to EU averages, given the dependency on fossil fuels. And also, if you look at, say, on the transport sector, we can see that the stock or the age of the fleets, particularly transport, the heavy duty vehicles, very, very old stock. So there really is a considerable scope to make a decisive step forward in this regard. And I think we would hope that there would be a lot of emphasis put in the recovery plan on this. Finally, of course, in the digital transition, overall, Greece tends to lag behind the EU average and on a whole variety of indicators. But nonetheless, we do take note that there has been improvement and steps forward in the public sector on issues like e-procurement. So that's just a quick overview of what we would be hoping to see in the recovery plan that the Greek authorities will come forward with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Declan, so much for this overview. And I would like also to introduce Mrs. Barbara Kaufman, who is finally with us. Mrs. Kaufman, good afternoon. The floor now is yours. And you're going to talk about an issue which is very critical during the post-COVID era, which is how we can actually safeguard employment. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and sorry it took me a while to join, but I'm really very pleased and honored to be again this year part of this conference, and especially the very critical juncture for Greece. I have some slides, and I was told that they would be shared, so I hope that we can start with that. Yes, very good. So let's go to the slide 2 right away. And I think it's important to start with to recognize that we've really seen in the pre-crisis. So let's go to the next slide. And let's say that in the pre-crisis period, we have really seen some important employment growth, even accelerating. Last year, it's the gray bar. And also we have really seen since 2013, the unemployment has come down impressively by 12 percentage points. Even again, when we look into February, we were at 15.9. So I think that is an important progress that was achieved. Also, the youth unemployment almost was cut in half from 60% to 32.7 in February. So it's first of all important to recognize that both the economy, but also all the measures that Greece took have paid. I mean, have brought some results. And I think that's something that also is important to keep in mind when we move forward. Then, of course, there have been many challenges still in the labor market. I will come back in a moment, but then also to say that the challenges that were there are likely to be even aggravated a little bit now that we have the COVID crisis. And if we have looked at some of the indicators, we see that Greece has the highest loss of worked hours in the first quarter. So it was minus 5.4%, whereas in the EU it's more like 2.5. And also the employment expectations are still going down in Greece. So of course it's still very early to assess the full impact of the crisis. You have seen, of course, the forecast of the European Commission. There is an increase in the unemployment rate, and then you see the little dotted line where you can see that, and then hopefully next year it goes down. But how this will play out depends a lot on how the pandemic goes forward, the measures that are taken, and especially also the various support measures that on the one hand Greece is taking, and on the other hand also at the EU level. So I think the jury is still out. Now turning to the challenges, the structural challenges, I mentioned already the decline in unemployment, but it's still the highest in the EU. And I also have to say, when it comes to the share of long-term unemployed, that green line, first of all, the long-term unemployment rate is still above 10%. And in terms of share, it's 70% of those people who are unemployed that are long-term unemployed. So these are important structural challenges. Also, when you look at the two dots there, you see the men and the women. Basically, the employment rate of women is really very low, and there's a huge gender employment gap of 20%. And I think also looking forward, how Greece comes out of this crisis and moves forward, there is some need to pay attention to this very important gender employment gap also, because they're important capacities that should be better valued in the economy. Now, I already mentioned that, of course, it makes quite a difference how employment develops. And in this context, I would like to particularly mention the important measures that have been taken by Greece to support employment. There was first some initial scheme that protected over 800,000 workers, and now there is a Synergasia scheme in place since June. And we believe that it's very important to avoid that there are too many people getting into unemployed or inactivity, but that there is this protection, this temporary protection. As you know, and was already mentioned today, there's of course also at the EU level the SURE program that will help Greece in carrying forward this short time work scheme support. Now, let me say another element that is key in the current juncture is, of course, that active labor market policies are delivered in an effective way. And here for us it's very important that Greece will continue this reform of the delivery system of active labor market policies, because I think there's still a way to go in terms of making sure that this is a continuous support to unemployed and not only sort of from one call to the next, and that it is done in an effective way. Also, the public employment service needs to provide continuous individualized support, and I think this will be key. And let me also mention in this context, actually, social dialogue for us is very important. So then you see, of course, here on this slide, the high youth unemployment that has come down substantially, but let's focus a moment a little bit more on the Greek youth and go to the next slide, where you can also see that the share of young people that are neither in employment nor in education and training has come down recently. We see that when you look at the blue bar, you see that it's at 12.5%, and that's 2.5 percentage points above the EU average. But I would like to point in particular to the older group, the people between 25 and 29 years, where you see the problem is much bigger and actually 10 percentage points of what we have at the EU level. So this is really an area, a group between 24 and 29, 25 and 29 that Greece needs to put attention to. And I think in that sense, it will be also useful to know that today the Commission adopted the new EU package on youth. And from that point of view, I think this will also provide a reinforced youth guarantee and hopefully help Greece to take care of this important young generation. In the new ESF provisions, actually at least 15% should be allocated to the support of young people if they have these problems in terms of youth unemployment and the needs. So another element which is very important for the youth, but of course goes beyond the youth in the sense that it's important for Greek competitiveness and for the green and digital transitions, is the skills. And here I'd like to also, put some focus on the basic skills. Now in the COVID context, we talk a lot about the digital skills, which are really highly important, but we also think that it's important to focus on the basic skills, where in terms of difference with the EU, I think there's still something to be done, because when we look at underachievement, basically Greece has numbers that are roughly 10 percentage points higher than what we see in the rest of the EU, where we are more in the 22% range for math and reading and science. So it is clear that when we talk about investment, we also have very much in mind skills as something to look forward in the green, in the digital, but also in basic skills. So then let me say in this context, without showing more slides on that, is that we have issues, for instance, the attractiveness of vocational education and training, which is low. We have issues with low participation in adult learning, and especially if you want to go into these green and digital transitions, it's not only about the young, it's also about the adult. And there, for instance, you have 3.9% of people in adult training, whereas it is over 10% in the EU level. Okay, then I'm also happy, of course, that tomorrow there will be a specialized session in which my commissioner Schmidt will participate on skills, so I will not go further on to that. Let's therefore go to the next slide and basically talk a little bit about the social situation. Again, here, before the crisis, we saw some improvements. If you look at this red line above, this is the people that are at risk of poverty and social exclusion, and it has clearly come down in the last years. Of course, unfortunately, the data stops in 2018. You also see one of the indicators that is a sub-indicator of the red line, which is basically the severe material deprivation. There you see more important drops. So here, on the one hand, of course, the economic situation had improved, employment had improved, and you see how important it is, therefore, to get those in order. But another element that I really want to highlight as well is the recent social welfare reforms that were undertaken by Greece. Because thanks to, for instance, the guaranteed minimum income scheme that was rolled out in 2017, you see some important effect in terms of risk of poverty and social exclusion going down and material deprivation. Another element that is not yet here, but I also want to mention particularly, is the reinforced child benefits of 2018, the new rent allowance in 2019, because basically employment is important, but we need to make sure it really reaches the people. And here I think it's also important for a moment to look at the two other lines that I've not mentioned and see the huge difference between the risk of poverty and exclusion of children, which is very much above there. And then on the other hand, the working age, I said I had the overall one, but it was the working age one. And then at the bottom, the risk of poverty and social exclusion of the elderly. In other words, the elderly are actually doing much better, and there's really a need to focus on the young people and also the working age. And we have shown in our country report some simulations, what kind of things could be done. One of them was, for instance, to say, let's exclude the child benefits from the calculation of the income in the GMI scheme, and how could we maybe give more to families? And we have seen now during the crisis that Greece has actually provided some exceptional support to GMI recipients, households with children, and we think it's exactly the right thing at the right moment. There are all sorts of elements like in-work poverty, access to affordable housing, energy poverty. I can't go into detail. So then let's go to the next and the last sort of substance slide. It's healthcare. We thought that this time we should pay a little bit more attention to this, given for well-known reasons, of course. And more generally, I would say the whole European semester and also the country-specific recommendations for all EU member states pay more attention to it. Of course, it was already said that Greece took important measures in the short term, but let me also say that more generally, as a Commission, we have shed more light on what is the situation of the capacity, accessibility, and resilience of the healthcare system. And all member states actually got a country-specific recommendation in this element, Greece specifically, on ensuring adequate and equal access to healthcare. As you can see in the slide, the share of people that report unmet needs is the overall, the blue line, is quite different when you look at the two ends. And for the lowest and for the highest income quintile, you have the green and the yellow line, and huge differences. So it makes a huge difference how much money you have, whether you have the right access to healthcare. And I think there is still quite a lot to be done. Now, of course, there are all sorts of elements one can look at in this context. The high out-of-pocket payments are a big issue. And in that sense, I think for us it is key that also Greece completes its ambitious reform of the primary care, ensures access to essential quality services, and the comprehensive gatekeeping-based system. So, of course, another issue is the long-term care services, especially if we look ahead and in view of the aging population of Greece. So now I will give you a snapshot in the next slide, but do not worry, I will not give a long explanation of that. But basically, we use in our country report the social scoreboard, which accompanies the European Pillar of Social Rights. And depending on the colors, you're doing better or not so well in between the yellow, and then of course the red are the warning signs. And I think the big news I want to bring you don't even see it on the slides, is that over the last 2 years, we have seen really a big progress, because in 2018, most of the indicators were red. So if you want to check a little bit our previous country reports, last year half was red, and this year it is really greening up. So I think when you look at the green, there are elements where actually Greece is really better than the average, like early leaving from education and training. Then on the other hand, sometimes it's an issue of improving, but not yet better than the average, such as the digital skills. So there is a good improvement. We recognize that. We're happy that Greece has invested in this area, but more is possible. So I'm not presenting all the employment challenges because I've done it, and rather come to the conclusion to say that it is clear that there are lots of efforts, and it's therefore important that the support that is available goes to these various elements. Of course, evidently, the European Social Fund with 4.4 billion for the current framework already plays a key role now in the context of the pandemic and the Corona response investment initiative. There has been a possibility to, on the one hand, make support more flexible and more crisis-oriented, and on the other hand, some additional money is being provided. There's of course also the SURE instrument I already mentioned, and then going for, in light of all these important structural challenges, you have the European Social Fund Plus, which is even expected to be much bigger than the 4.4 billion for the current framework, not to speak of the Recovery and Resilience Facility that will be presented by Martin Farrell in a moment. So you see, on the one hand, we see great progress. On the other hand, we see, of course, the situation being challenging both in the short term and the longer term. But we also think that if Greece continues and reinforces its effort, and with the support that is available, we think that it's on the right path. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaufman. Without further ado, Mr. Argyro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Angelos, and good afternoon to everybody. And thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. My thanks to the organizers, IOBE and the European Commission. Now, we have a very big agenda from the topics that we have covered already. So I will try my best to stay as much as possible within a reasonable time limit. We have heard from Declan and Barbara the main contents of two important documents within the context of the European semester, the country report of Greece, which mainly focuses on legacy issues. And then, of course, we have the Council recommendation for 2020, or rather the draft Council recommendation for 2020, which also incorporates the effects of the pandemic. Now, the main findings, to summarize them from the country report, have as follows. The Greek economy continued its recovery in 2019, and at the time of its writing, as Declan mentioned, this seems a little bit past in the time. That was February. At that time, the recovery was expected to be robust in 2020. There was some progress in addressing the country-specific recommendations of Greece for 2019. Nevertheless, the report identified macroeconomic imbalances in the areas of public debt, NPLs, the unemployment rate, the net international investment position of the country, and these macro imbalances were observed within the context of low potential growth. And of course, as Barbara mentioned, the report identified a number of areas where particular challenges arise, including the education and skills, the labor market, poverty and income distribution, health and long-term care, environmental sustainability, but also the financial sector, the investment gap to which Declan referred, and regional disparities. Now, let me go directly to my main point. My main point is the following. These legacy issues, these macro imbalances, were of course pre-existing, and they are mainly symptoms of the relatively low potential growth rate which Greece has up to recently exhibited. And this relatively low potential growth trajectory is, in my view, mainly the result of certain shortcomings in the Greek supply side, which, despite some progress, were not sufficiently addressed in recent years. And this is evident in a number of metrics, including the average growth rate of Greece over the high growth period in the Eurozone, over the period 2015-2018, but also the movements of certain important supply side indicators, including investment, public and private, labor productivity, competitiveness rankings, metric of institutional performance, etc. So, in order to overcome these imbalances, the principal aim of the Greek economic policy is to address these supply side shortcomings. How do you do that? Well, the supply side includes basically three things: long-term employment, capital stock, investment, and total factor productivity. So these pillars must be upgraded within the context of the annual Sustainable Growth Strategy 2020, the European Growth Strategy, which places emphasis on green and digital. And as Barbara rightly mentioned, this upgraded growth should be inclusive. Now, inclusivity and growth have a very strong nexus, In the long term, higher growth increases inclusivity, reduces poverty and inequalities, ensures the functioning of a proper welfare state, and promotes social mobility. Of course, this does not negate the necessity of targeted policy initiatives aiming to reduce poverty and inequality at any given point in time. Having said that, for these policies to be effective, they need to be incentives compatible and not cause excessive distortions, reducing substantially potentially growth rates. At the end of the day, low growth and economic crises arising from vulnerabilities disproportionately hit the left-hand side segments of the income and wealth distributions. So it is to everybody's interest, but particularly to the poorer segments of the population, to provide a higher growth trajectory. So, in these areas, the areas of long-term employment, the areas of investment, and the area of productivity, as well as sustainable green growth, the government, when it took office, I would say hit the ground running. It took a number of important legislation initiatives which signaled a more growth-friendly policy. Now, this set in motion, before the pandemic's outbreak, a virtuous cycle to which we target, to which we aspire. This virtuous cycle is initiated by growth-friendly policies. Then investors and markets, as well as households, upgrade their expectations and lower the level of perceived risk. Then lower level of uncertainty and risk combined with improved expectations result into favorable economic decisions, for example, higher investment and higher consumption, which in turn increases economic activity and contributes to the lowering of unemployment. This virtuous cycle of improved expectations and higher growth reinforces the virtuous cycle until a new higher steady growth is reached. Now, all the evidence is that this process was initiated a year ago. I can give you here various indicators which confirm this. For example, we can have a look at the economic expectations indexes, which until February were on a strongly increasing path, fast dropping record low government bond yields, including negative interest treasury bill rates, upgrades of growth projections for the Greek economy by all major institutions, upgrades of Greek bonds by credit rating agencies, increasing private bank deposits, increasing demand for loans, mainly corporate, rebound of the real estate market, increased bilateral agreements between banks and services as well as debtors, and increased consumption and investment spending in the second half of 2019. So I would say, to summarize, that taking good note of all the previous remarks by Declan and Barbara, the government introduced a policy which was on the right track, started delivering results, and then the pandemic occurred. Of course, the pandemic is a major shock and poses significant challenges. So the first challenge was the immediate response, the second challenge is the recovery strategy, and the third challenge is the strategy for the day after. As far as the immediate response is concerned, the minister referred to the measures in detail, so I wouldn't like to repeat what has already been said. The Eurogroup, in its latest statement, commended the Greek authorities for the quick and decisive policy response, both in containing the outbreak of the virus and in taking the necessary economic and fiscal support measures. Is the response effective? I would say under the circumstances yet. Of course, we are going to have a recession. There is no doubt that this will be a major recession, but probably not as bad as predicted. The forward-looking indicators put Greece more or less in the middle of the European distribution. At the same time, Greece maintains market access at favorable terms, supported by the ECB's programs, quantitative easing and collateral eligibility programs to which it has gained access. And also, I would like to say that here at the Council of Economic Advisors, we have done research which finds that income inequality will be less compared to a counterfactual of taking other measures or not this measure. So it is going to be a challenge, but there is also a silver lining here. The pandemic has given Greece two advantages, I would say. The first one is the medical advantage. You see, research on previous pandemics, such as the Spanish influenza of 1918-1919, shows that medical outcomes drive economic outcomes, and existing data suggests that forward-looking indicators are indeed significantly correlated with medical outcomes, so far at least. So given the successful medical management of the pandemic, we have reasons to be reasonably optimistic that we have a good medical platform on which to base our economic recovery. Then there is a second gain over the last few months, and this is the credibility gain of the Greek state and the higher expectations the successful medical management has caused to citizens. The successful medical management accelerates the restoration of the Greek state's credibility, home and abroad, and importantly, the citizens' trust towards authorities. So, from that point of view, and on the basis of this higher trust, the pandemic can operate as a positive shock, which substitutes the present low trust, non-cooperative equilibrium between the Greek state and its citizens to a higher trust, cooperative equilibrium. Now, this may have theoretical foundations, but it can have important practical repercussions. For example, if citizens believe that the state is more efficient, they may change to the positive their tax and social insurance compliance behavior. Or if they believe that the state in general delivers better, they will increase their pressure on public administration, public education, and other state important operations in order to provide better services. So on the basis of this platform, we can build on recovery policies. Basically, these policies cover both the supply and the demand side. With regards to the supply side, it is important to preserve liquidity flow to solvent firms, use targeted fiscal support measures in order to continue supporting the labor market and the workers' incomes. Here, the short-term work scheme Synergasia, to which Barbara referred, is a very important and very successful in other countries system to which we look forward. And of course, to accelerate the long-term reform agenda which the government had before the pandemic's outbreak. With regards to demand, and this is a principle that also applies to the RRF, it is important to support demand smartly, that is to say, increase economic activity, while at the same time creating conditions for the betterment of the supply side. Very important is to continue investing in the health system, the Synergasia short-term work scheme to which I have already referred, resume ongoing public investment projects and front-load future public investment plans, incentivize private investment and foreign direct investments, active promotion of the privatizations agenda, and any institutional changes which can incentivize the rebalancing of the economy towards the traded sector, subject to fiscal constraints, incentivize labor participation and brain gain by reducing labor tax wedge. And in relation to this last point, the discussion on fiscal space for 2021 and beyond at the Union and Greek-specific level will be very relevant. Finally, no doubt, Greece should make maximum use of the Next Generation EU program. Now, of course, this is going to be the subject of the next session, so I do not want to over-elaborate, but let me say a few things. Under the present unrepresented circumstances, we believe that the EU needs a fiscal response of adequate and justifiable size, mixed between grants and loans, allocation method, financing method, and front-loaded nature. These are necessary, in our view, to safeguard our union's coherence and convergence, as well as growth prospects, jobs, labor incomes, and social cohesion. Our view is that the Commission's proposal for the Next Generation program is well anchored in sound economics and international experience from previous extreme crisis episodes. It is a positive-sum game, that is, it is to the benefit of all member states. We are all highly interconnected open economies. Jobs in all member states depend on economic activity in all other member states. We believe that the size of the Commission's proposal is not disproportionate to the size of the challenge. Indeed, compared with fiscal programs in other major jurisdictions, such as the United States and Japan, in terms of percent in GDP, the European plan is actually relatively prudent. Very importantly, it sets the basis for a suitable, fine-tuned policy mix among fiscal, monetary, and structural policy. And overall, it sets a promising platform for economic recovery and social cohesion at national and union level. Of course, to be successful, the Next Generation EU program must be calibrated correctly in terms of duration, governance, flexibility. But as I said, it is better to leave this for further discussion in the next session. So my concluding remarks is that, as in all member states, the pandemic poses a serious challenge to the Greek economy and society. However, we should not forget that legacy issues identified in the country report existed and identify this challenge. To meet the challenge, both at national and union level, we need to follow a mainstream economic policy. Monetary accommodation and targeted fiscal expansion are key ingredients of the right policy mix. But the third and very important for long-term growth pillar is structural policy. In that area, applying common sense, mainstream, proven best international practices will be effective. And it will not happen overnight, but we are optimistic that at the end of this business cycle, and with the help of our European partners, Greece has all the potential to become and emerge as a European positive surprise. Thank you very much, Angelos. Angelos, you need to unmute.
Yes, I just unmuted. Apologies. So, Michalis, thanks so much. I know we started late, so I think that we can steal 2 minutes for a quick question, although Declan is not with us, but I think that Michalis. What I wanted to ask you is the following. Declan mentioned, and I think you all understood, that the prevailing growth model in Greece should change. Change from a model with prevailing consumption orientation and a service providing orientation to something different. I want to ask you how this can be done and how it can be combined to a socially inclusive manner. So, Michalis, the floor is to you first, if you can, in a minute, and then Mrs. Kaufman, just a short comment on this. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Angelos. Well, of course, increasing the capital stock, that is to say, increasing investment, is something that has been faced as a problem in other countries, and there are certain things that you need to do. To start with, you need to reduce entry barriers. For people to invest, they must have access to the market. So open up goods and services market to competition. Then you need to give to entrepreneurs the right incentives. Nobody is in the business of markets for losing money. They need to make money. So you need to give good tax incentives, good social insurance incentives. Apparently, investment depends a lot on the availability of credit. So we need to make sure that we have an operational banking system and other finance options like capital markets. And the government, as you know, has taken certain actions to that end, including the Hercules Asset Protection Scheme, but also the recent law for microfinance, as well as the currently under discussion law for the capital markets. Privatizations are a very big part of putting money into an economy. You can see the success of projects like the Piraeus port or the success of investments like OTE in the past. So there is obviously a lot to be had by means of welcoming private money into the economy. And a very important thing, without which you cannot have high investment performance, is institutional performance. Obviously, you need to have a welcoming state where bureaucracy is reduced, public sector efficiency is increased, and there the government took important initiatives at the beginning of its term. Obviously, you need to have a properly functioning judicial performance. And yes, the digitization of the civil service, and generally speaking, digitization as a project, is a good thing to have in order to have investments. As I said before, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. These are things that have happened in other countries. They have been successful. We should be doing the same, and we do the same. And they go hand in hand with social inclusivity. You see, all the evidence shows that those countries that attract investment, create wealth and create incomes, and mainly create jobs, are the countries where you have the minimum amounts of poverty and the high degree of social cohesion and capital mobility. Sorry, I meant social mobility. And on social mobility, and this is my last remark, we cannot underestimate at all the role of the education system. The education system is key, both for social cohesion as well as for economic efficiency.
Thank you very much, Michalis. Mrs. Kaufman, I know I have to press you a bit for time.
Yes,
but
no, but
please.
it's not so difficult in the sense that he said it all. I think I very much agree. There's not so much I can add, and I think maybe predictable policy making is important. I could still add maybe the social dialogue as an element that I think is really important, involving social partners in initiatives. And on the skills, it was already mentioned, maybe I should bring in again the women. After all, you know, this 20 percentage points gap between women and men, I don't think this is the right way to be inclusive and productive. And from that point of view, I think attention needs to be paid to that. But otherwise, also coming back, if companies find a skilled labor force, they're more likely to invest in this country. And at the same time, if you make sure that the institutions that are there take care of the unemployed in an effective, continuous way, and not a bit here and then a pause there, then I think you know, there is a really good possibility for Greece to go towards a high growth scenario, which is inclusive. Thank you.
So, Mrs. Kaufman, thank you so much. Michalis, thank you so much too. I would like to thank Declan, although he's not with us, and I know that you, Michalis, you also have to run. And I also like to thank the organizers. Next session, Martin Ferfey and Alex Patelis will discuss on how the recovery funds will actually be exploited and help Greece and Europe. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Angelos.
Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon. My name is Irini Chrysolora, and I am a journalist from the newspaper Kathimerini. I want to welcome you to the session on new investment and reforms for recovery and resilience, which is a very hot topic at the time, and in view of the summit of the 17th and 18th of July. Our speakers could not be more qualified to help us explore this topic. And so let me move right away and introduce Mr. Martin Verwey. He's the Director General of DG ECFIN. And hello, Mr. Verwey. And Mr. Alex Patelis, he is the Chief Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister of Greece.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. So, Mr. Verwey, let's start with you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you're all doing fine despite the very difficult times. And I find it really a pity that we are not able to meet in person. In fact, I was looking forward to travel back to Greece. I've spent over the years quite a bit of time in your beautiful country, and Greece has forever a special place in my heart. Now, Greece has gone through a very difficult decade, and we're all aware of the sacrifices and efforts that the Greek people have made in order to reach again a sustainable recovery. But sadly, just at the moment when all indicators were green, the COVID-19 pandemic came to stop this trend and plunged the EU, but also Greece, back into recession. Now, this is a setback for Greece, but I'm sure that Greece will recover from this. And here I would just like to note that the Greek economy has become more resilient over the past decades, though the reforms were painful, but they have helped, I think, to make the Greek economy more resilient. And this is also very much the topic of today. A number of important initiatives are shaping up at the EU level, and Greece will be one of the big beneficiary of those initiatives. So, to say a few words on that, on the 28th of May, the Commission has put forward an ambitious package on the table. So the proposed package comprises, on the one hand, a regular multi-annual financial framework for 21 to 27, with a ceiling of 1.1 trillion. Overall budgetary space of 1.1 trillion for these 7 years. But in addition to that, and that is really the new thing, the Commission proposed a new temporary recovery instrument, the so-called Next Generation EU, amounting to no less than 750 billion euro, funded by borrowing on the capital markets. And 500 billion of that 750 billion would be channeled through EU expenditure programs, and up to 250 billion will be made available in the form of loans to member states. Now, the centerpiece of this next generation EU package will be the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And this facility, with a proposed size of 560 billion, will support public investments and structural reforms. Funding will be available to member states in the form of grants and loans, with proposed overall envelopes of 310 billion for the grant part and 250 billion for the loans part. And this instrument alone will provide already a very appropriate medium-term response to the crisis by supporting member states in their reform and investment efforts. And I would like to dwell a little bit on this, because indeed the reforms and the investments, they need to come together. They need to go in hand. And this is logical because they are really mutually reinforcers. It is also important that they come together for Greece to be able to absorb the amounts that are going to be made available through these facilities. And for that we need, or Greece needs, to have the right framework conditions in place for these investments to bear fruit. Now, a wide range of reforms and investments will be eligible, with a particular focus on the green and the digital. And the facility steers member states towards economic and social resilience and convergence for the greater good, first of all for Greece, but also for all member states and the Union as a whole. In terms of process, the member states are expected to formally present plans in April 21, but with the possibility for a draft plan to be provided already by the 15th of October. Now, participation to the facility is purely voluntary. If member states are interested, they can participate in this facility. So the plans will be drawn up by the member states themselves, so by Greece itself, but it will have to contain a combination of reforms and investments, and that together would bring the desired recovery, but also an improvement in a more structural way of the resilience of the Greek economy. So these plans will be prepared by the member states, but they will be agreed with the Commission, and these plans will also have to contain pre-agreed milestones and targets, and the actual funding will be linked to these milestones and targets. Now, as I mentioned before, from these initiatives, Greece is expected to receive really unprecedented amounts of funding. And I know that it's the intention of the Greek authorities to spend them fast but wisely. And in order to do so, the basis for that will be, first, a good plan, but second, a very good implementing structure to steer the implementation of.
I can't hear. Hello?
Sorry, for some reason I went unmuted. So I was saying the first thing that is needed is a good plan. The second thing is that is needed is a good implementing structure. But the third thing that is needed is an early and informal dialogue also with the Commission to ensure that Greece can benefit to the maximum of the funds that are going to be made available. Now, as I said, Greece will be one of the main beneficiaries of the Next Generation EU program. And in order to be able to absorb these amounts of investments, it is necessary that investments are accompanied by the necessary changes in the framework conditions under which the economy operates. And just to give a few examples, for example, it is, I think, critical for Greece to invest more in the development of human capital and to reduce the existing mismatch between the skills that are taught and the skills that are needed in the labor market. But just spending more money, while it may be useful for some things, will not solve this problem. It will also have to be accompanied by changes in how the sector functions, and that requires probably a reform. Greece also still has I believe, a large potential to increase its energy efficiency, for which investments are probably needed. But these investments will be more effective if they are accompanied by also reforms that go in the same direction. So by a review of the regulatory framework or subsidy regimes, for example. And the total investment as a share of GDP in Greece was less than 13% in 2080, increasing only slowly until the COVID-19 pandemic struck. And this persistent investment gap, or this persistent underinvestment over the crisis years, has led to a major investment gap in Greece. And the Next Generation EU program holds the potential to significantly increase the public investment levels. However, it's unlikely that these investments will materialize without a strengthening of the planning capacity in the Greek government and a streamlining of regulations that have a bearing on these investments. In other words, and that is the key message that I want to pass, these reforms and investments, they need to come together. They need to go hand in hand, and together they should form an integral and comprehensive recovery and resilience plan. In short, and to conclude, the Next Generation EU will provide, I believe, lots of opportunities for Greece. And I believe these are opportunities that are really not to be missed. To benefit, however, work will have to be done. The investments programs, they will need to be prepared. The necessary reforms will need to be prepared. I know work and thinking is already ongoing, which is excellent. It's a very good thing. And I would just want to say that we stand ready at any moment in time to help the Greek authorities to bring their agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fervey. Very insightful speech, and this gives me the opportunity to ask Mr. Patelis, where are we with the Recovery Fund, Mr. Patelis? Mr. Fervey said that there are opportunities that need not to be missed. So what are we doing not to miss the opportunities?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I wanted to thank the organizers of the event for a terrific lineup and also for the invitation. Now, to pick up from where Martin left, of course, the negotiation for the Next Gen EU project is still ongoing, and we look forward to the upcoming Leaders Summit on the 17th and 18th of July, and of course, a successful rapid conclusion. But in the meantime, there's no time to waste, as Martin said, and the government is already putting together the building blocks that are necessary for a successful program and for the submission of our formal proposal in mid-October. And the building blocks are these. First of all, as the Prime Minister herself has said, the so-called Pisaridis Committee, the committee that's tasked with drawing up a plan for the medium to long-term growth strategy of Greece, is currently working on updating its findings. We had the initial report submitted back in February. Of course, COVID hit since, so it needs a little bit of updating. But we expect the interim report to come in the middle of next week. Then also, the committee, of course, consists of Noble Minister Pisaridis, and of course, Nikos Vetas, who is one of the co-chairs of the event today. Professors Kostas Megir of Yale, and of course Dimitris Vagianos from the LSE. And this report will form an important input into our medium-term strategy. Meanwhile, to touch upon, I totally agree with what Martin said, we've also been holding internal discussions as to how to best set up a clear implementing structure, because you can have the best plan, but if you don't know how to implement it, it won't work. And let me give you some stats. The existing EU structural funds programs from 2014 to 2020 across the EU have had just a 41% absorption rate. And this is not just Greece, this is the whole of the EU. So there is a systemic issue at hand. And as a government, we are thinking carefully about this issue, how to overcome it, and we also bring this to the attention of the Commission. What are the modalities that are needed to make this work? If you look at best practices from other countries, there are some key takeaways. First of all, the implementing structure matters. It needs to be simple and centralized. You can't just go to each ministry and just ask for pet projects. You can't just add things up bottoms up. It needs to be centralized priorities and guidance. And the plan needs to be coherent, not just a hodgepodge of different ideas or different political demands. This is why the Pisaridis report is so important. You also need to have very clear economic objectives. I'm obviously an economist, so I'm big on objectives. And you need to take these as given and focus on specific actions. We have been amazed by the public reaction to NextGen here in Greece. When the proposal was announced, if you read the newspapers, they all wrote pretty much, please don't waste the monies. This is a tremendous opportunity to transform our country, and please make good use of it. We feel a tremendous responsibility. The responsibility is real, and it's not just to Europe, but it's also to the citizens of Greece. And we want to work hard to live up to that expectation and to honor it. There's a great paper written by the Bruegel Institute by Mr. Darbas, who looks at structural funds for the period 2003-2015, and he looks at each region separately, and he identifies which regions have done better than others and what are the commonalities. And what you can see here is that plans work better if they have a longer duration, which, by the way, is also a message for the frugal, so-called frugal countries. Reforms take time to implement, and also plans are better if they have fewer priorities and if they're very clear. You can lose yourself in a cacophony of different small projects otherwise. So it's also better if you go national rather than just regional, and national rather than regional management. And it's better if you have heavy involvement of the private sector rather than just the public sector. So those are some of these key takeaways of that research, and we will take these at heart. And the Prime Minister will soon be announcing a specific implementing structure, which is a key building block for the whole effort, as we mentioned. And we will take it from there, presenting a plan mid-October, always, of course, with the cooperation and close guidance of the Commission, and we look forward to these talks. But so to sum up, the most important thing is to have a coherent plan that makes sense in its totality and is simple with few clear objectives based on economic priorities, and second, to have a clear implementing structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Fervey, let me ask you, there is a very big question here in Greece concerning conditionality of this new package. Is there going to be, or do you expect to be, conditionality? And especially because we are under the enhanced surveillance framework, how will this work in connection to the European semester that your plans say that it will be aligned to the Recovery and Resilience Fund?
Yes. Let me indeed say a few words on the mechanics of how this would work. So the starting the basis or the for all funding will be the Recovery and Resilience Plan that will be prepared by the member state itself. So that is the starting point. And as I mentioned before, this resilience and recovery and resilience plan should contain both investments and reforms. Now, these package should of reforms and investment, they should reach certain objectives, and there are certain criteria in the legislation foreseen to assess the quality of these packages, and a few are important, and they link also, and some of them link to the economic or the European semester. So one set of criteria is linked that this plan should contribute to the bottlenecks or challenges, so you will that are identified in the European semester, in the country-specific recommendations of the European semester. But the plan should also contribute to the objectives of the green and digital economy, and more generally, the plan should contribute also to improving the conditions for sustainable growth and making the economy more resilient. So there are once the plan has been submitted, the Commission will have to assess this plan according to those criteria. Now, as I mentioned, the payments are linked to the milestones that have been agreed between the Commission and the member state concerned. So in this case, Greece. But these milestones are both related to the investments and to the reforms. So they, as I said before, they go hand in hand. And this is the mechanics, how it would work. Now then on the link to the semester. Indeed, in the regulation, it is foreseen that this instrument is integrated in the semester. Now, what does that mean? And clearly, this is also something that we are reflecting on very much internally. But given the size, the size and the importance of this new facility, it's very likely that at least temporarily we will have to adapt the semester actually to the needs of this new facility. So this new facility will become very central in the semester. And why do we think it is probably necessary to make some adjustment to the semester? It's simply to avoid overburdening member states, but also the services of the Commission with lots of double work. And so we will try to make a proposal for a more streamlined semester, which seamlessly integrates the RRF. Now, then to the last point, the enhanced surveillance process you were alluding to. Well, in a way, that is a process that is separate from this package. But I think also there we will have to discuss and need to have a good look at to avoid unnecessary overlaps and reporting. So that is the direction I would like to travel. We're currently going through the details, but I expect that in a relatively short notice we will be able to at least give more clarity from our side on how we would want to proceed on that.
Okay. Mr. Patelis, what are the priorities? What will be the priorities of this plan that the Greek government is now putting together? Does the Greek government want to move to a new economic model?
Thank you very much. So as you know, this government was elected almost a year ago today on a platform of doing reforms, and we don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel here. We have a clear reform agenda. Reform is part of our DNA, and I will remind your audience that since a year ago, Parliament in Greece has voted through 80 bills through Parliament. That's 80, and has another 20 bills queued with ministers fighting amongst each other to jump the queue and get their bill ahead of the others. So I challenge you to find another European country where this has been the case. But in terms of the priorities, we obviously don't have enough time to mention all of them, so I'm going to single out 4. First of all, green, that's obviously a priority of the Commission too, but this has been a priority of the Greek government from day one, and I will remind you that it was Greece that was pushing for the Just Transition Fund. In fact, the Prime Minister announced, just 2 months after he was elected, announced the public pledge to close all lignite-producing plants in Greece by the year 2028, and in fact, all but one will close by 2023. We want to be Greece a model for transition across the EU. How do you transition from lignite to renewables, and how do you protect local communities? This, of course, also requires a lot of investment in renewables. And I will remind you that the privatization of a natural gas company thereby is ongoing. We had, in the month of June, the short list of the companies that have expressed interest, both for thereby infrastructure, 6 in total, and thereby commercial, 7 in total. They were announced in June. This week, we're introducing a new bill banning single-use plastics. And in fact, We're going to be the first European country to do that as of January the 1st, 2021. 2 weeks ago, we introduced a bill on electrification with incentives to accelerate electrification across all vehicles. And of course, there's a huge need to install charging stations throughout the country. I completely agree with Martin on energy efficiency of buildings. Our national energy plan foresees 9 billion of investment to upgrade the energy efficiency of structures. And of course, we have an existing plan. In Greek, it's called Exkonomokatiko. And what it does is it subsidizes partly private work on upgrading the buildings. And this, of course, can be scaled up significantly. And it would tick all boxes. It's green, it's fast, it's private sector, it gives jobs, and it's also fiscal stimulus. The second priority I want to talk about today is digital. Of course, a priority also of the Commission, but I will remind you the Prime Minister created a specific ministry for digital reform that did not exist before, and that ministry is already in total overdrive. Even during COVID, it announced many new digital functionalities for citizens interacting with the Greek state, and of course has gained a lot of credibility with Greek citizens. The ministry is in non-stop mode, releasing functionalities literally each week. And looking ahead, we'll be auctioning off 5G later this year. And of course, there's a tremendous amount of projects that can be done here. If we are creative enough, you can do optic fibers in islands, digital reskilling of the labor force, digitization of the health system. We'll see what we do. Third category that I want to talk about is a broader category, and I'm going to label it transformation of the Greek economy. As I've said before, I'm an economist, so I believe in thinking about things from an economic perspective. And as Declan Costello mentioned earlier, Greece continues to suffer from a low level of exports. In fact, if you look back, the problem has been that previous booms were too dependent on consumption, leading to unsustainable current account deficits. And of course, that was the seed of the crisis that started in 2008. This government very much believes in boosting investment and boosting exports, not consumption. We need to provide incentives for investments and exports. So Next Gen comes at a perfect time. Of course, the government is already large in Greece, so it can't just be public investment. It needs to be private investment as well. And this can take many, many forms. Let me give you some simple examples. You can do accelerated depreciation, which is fiscally neutral but has a transition cost, and you can incentivize investment and tell people that if you invest today, you can depreciate more against your income and earlier, et cetera, et cetera. Another example that I want to talk about is labor. The biggest cost of production, as you know, is labor, and today social security taxes account for 40% of the total wage bill, creating a large so-called labor tax wedge, which is a disincentive. Its structure is problematic too, with because it's levied up to 10 times the minimum wage as opposed to maybe up to 4 times in other countries. And you have this, you have this perverse situation where there's certain income brackets where the marginal income tax rate, the effective one, is about 70%. Of course, this is nonsensical and needs to be reformed. But there's also disincentives at the lower end of the income scale that needs to change. There's a large disincentive to avoid legal employment, and we need to look into that. How do we convert more black jobs into quote unquote white jobs? And when we look at the national savings rate of Greece, it's too low. In fact, statistically, it's negative. So we need to look into that and strengthen the third pillar of the pension system and incentivize private pensions, and how do we flow more Greek savings into investment. And there are other objectives, of course. Tax evasion continues to be too high. We're introducing electronic invoicing for companies, and this should spread over time. But we also need to do tax reform to address all these issues, incentivize, as I mentioned before, the white economy and disincentivize the black one. And related to this, the average size of companies in Greece, it's just too small. We need to structure the tax system such that we create incentives to increase the average size of Greek firms. And all of this stuff costs, and so we need to see how we can use some of the tools available to us from NextGen in consultation with the Commission to transform the Greek economy and also to do reforms. And the fourth category I want to talk about today is, of course, employment and social cohesion. Let us not forget that we also have the immediate crisis of COVID to deal with. It's very important to support the economy and employment over the near term. So far, governments have focused rather on protecting jobs. And in Greece, we've set up a program called Synergasia, which is effectively a short-term work scheme that partly subsidizes the wage bill for those companies that need to reduce the working hours of employers. And we have applied to include this in the European SURE program. But this is not enough. We can't just protect existing jobs. We also need to give incentives to create new ones. And we need to also assist in the transition from old jobs to new jobs. So this can take at least two forms. First, we need to give incentives, as I mentioned, and maybe they're going to be in different sectors than before. And as Martin mentioned before, we need to retrain and reskill the labor force so they can adjust to these new realities. Digital comes to mind here, but also using the private sector in our retraining efforts and giving the right incentives for those to happen. So these are some of the ideas I wanted to highlight today. And of course, we haven't even touched upon some other obvious ideas like infrastructure and healthcare and education, and the list is endless. The point I want to make here, the most important point, is that we have thought about all of this and we are ready. We will put together a coherent plan that stems from our economic priorities, and we look forward to utilizing some of the funds available from NextGen to transform our economy, and of course to discussing this plan with Martin and others at the Commission. It is an enormous responsibility and we can't wait to get going. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Ferber, we have a few minutes for one small question and answer from each of you. So, Mr. Ferber, this is perhaps on a different framework, but still I think you can answer, and it is connected, about the relaxation of fiscal rules. You expect the relaxation to be continued next year, and in what form? Will there be a general escape clause like this year or not?
Okay. Now, clearly the COVID-19 crisis is a shock to the system of unprecedented scale, and that fully justified the triggering of the general escape clause. Now, at the time when the general escape clause was triggered, it was not indicated until when this general escape clause would apply. So it is not conditional on time, but it is really conditional on how the economy develops. Now, as we have noted also when we made the projections for our spring forecast, the uncertainty that we are facing today is at such a level that it's very difficult to predict a trajectory of the economy, because in the short run, the trajectory of the economy is intimately tied to or dependent on the trajectory of the virus, and that is simply the big unknown. And we have seen positive developments over the past months, but we can simply not exclude a second wave. That is a possibility, and we simply don't know if and when there will be a remedy or a vaccine. So that said, so this uncertainty is simply high, which means that it's also very difficult for me to make now a prediction as to when we would propose to disable this general escape clause. Now, having said all that, even in the best case scenario, and let's assume that the virus does not come back, and then we would expect a recovery which has already started to continue into next year. But clearly, given the enormous drop in GDP, it would not make, at least in economic terms, a lot of sense to have a massive fiscal contraction than in next year. So that's not something that I would anticipate at this point in time to come as a recommendation from us. At the same time, and that is also very, very important, and I think certainly also for Greece, one needs to keep an eye on the medium-term sustainability of the debt. So that means that still, even though it is in the short run, was absolutely necessary to take measures to sustain people and to sustain businesses. One at the same time, at the moment that conditions improve, one should stand ready also to adjust. Now, to a large extent, this will go automatically as long as the measures are temporary. Then the moment that they end, then automatically the expenditure stops. But I would be very prudent in going beyond that. So let me stop here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Patelis, a very quick answer from you on what are we expecting, where do we want to go, what are we looking from the negotiations in view of the European Council?
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I would say 4 things. First of all, the Commission has put together a very ambitious and detailed proposal. I don't think there's much point in nitpicking it. Everybody can come up with little bits here and there that they don't like, but the risk, of course, is if you have 27 countries pull things apart, that the whole thing falls apart. So our view would be the proposal is great on the table. Let's move on with it. Second point is speed. Again, markets have calmed down, but this is largely because they have already discounted an approval of this package. And if the approval does not come on time, then markets will panic again. And this is something would be a shame to have seen so much work go to waste. So we believe that if needed, we should all stay in Brussels at the next summit until a solution is found. Thirdly, there's an inherent contradiction between the desire and the need to do reforms and investment with the request that the frugals have to shorten the timescale of the program. If it's going to be 2 years, you really can't do investments or reforms in 2 years. I mean, how are you going to do a renewables factory or whatever? So our view is that 4 years commitment, 7 years payments makes a lot of sense, and we should stick with that. There's also, of course, the need of the program to support economies after COVID. So it does mean that programs should be front-loaded. We can't have the usual structural funds that take 1 or 2 years for monies to start flowing through. That would sort of defeat the objective. And then finally, flexibility. You know, how do we deal with this 41% absorption rate? Is it a 750 billion program, or is it a 308 billion program? We're not superhumans. However well-designed a program will be, some parts of it will do better than others. And I think we need some flexibility to be able to shift resources across programs as these unfold and we see that some things are working or not, and even maybe make eligible projects that have already included, make them eligible for the program so they can kickstart the economy. And we very much look forward to the negotiations. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, both of you. I think it was a very useful conversation. And let's move right away to the next session of our conference, which is on financing the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, welcome to the session on financing the economy. My name is Chris Allen. I'm the resident advisor from the Commission in Athens, working on the economy. We have a great panel to discuss financing issues. We've decided to take a more medium-term look at financing issues rather than the day-to-day look. So we've got, first of all, Michele Napolitano, Senior Director from Fitch, who'll be speaking first. Then we've got a CEO of Eurobank, Fokion Karavias, who'll be talking, I guess, about the bank's role in financing. We then have the CEO of the Athens Stock Exchange, Socrates Lazaridis, who I guess will tell us a bit about equity. We then have my colleague, Nicola De Michaelis, who's the director for Greece and many other countries, I have to say, in DG Regio, who will, I suppose, be talking about structural funds issues. And then we have, finally, Dag Derter, the former president of the Swedish government's Staten Holdings, on really sort of innovative, alternative ways of financing. So since we are already a little bit late, maybe I'll turn to Michele to take the overview from the macro and world economy perspective of where Greece is and what you are thinking, not just in the short term, but more medium term in terms of Greece. Thank you, Michele.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I hope you can all hear me. First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to speak at this event. So let me maybe start right away with what has been the impact of the pandemic on the rating of Greece. I thought this was an interesting angle to start with. And I mean, unsurprisingly, the impact has been initially negative. Just as a recap, back in January, when we were in a different world prior to the explosion of the pandemic, we at Fitch had upgraded Greece to BB, and we also placed the outlook on positive. Now, following the explosion of the pandemic worldwide and the imposition of the lockdown measures, in April, we took the decision to revise the outlook on the rating from positive to stable. Just a few words on the reasons behind this decision. The revision of the outlook to stable really reflected the significant impact of the COVID-19 crisis on economic activity in Greece, on the public finances and the external accounts. There's a lot of uncertainty, obviously. The extent of the fall in GDP and the subsequent recovery are extremely uncertain. Tourism is an important sector of the economy, and how the tourism season will go is still quite uncertain, and it will determine the extent of the GDP fall this year. Shipping is also an important sector that is being unfortunately badly affected by the pandemic. So there are some elements of uncertainty here. The combination of this severe fall in economic activity and the discretionary measures taken by the government to support the economy will obviously lead to a sharp deterioration in the budget balance. And this will reverse the decline in general government debt to GDP that we saw last year. But there is one very important point that I would like to stress. Yes, we have revised the outlook from positive to stable, but we have affirmed the rating at BB. So there has been no impact on the rating of Greece, despite the significant deterioration in the credit, in the short term, in the credit metrics that we look at. What the change in the outlook really tells you is that the upward momentum on the rating is probably on pause, and in the short term, an upgrade of the rating is unlikely. To be very clear, Greece is not alone here. In my team in Western Europe, we have revised all the positive outlooks that we had from positive to stable. So let me talk about the future, what's next, the next steps. So first of all, timing. We are going to review the Greek rating quite soon, actually, on the 24th of July. So as we speak, we are in the process of doing our review, our work for the review. One important point I would like to make is that pre-pandemic, there was a very steady improvement in the rating of Greece over the last couple of years. Part of this improvement was driven by an improvement in governance indicators and more broadly our judgment that Greece had become a more politically stable place, a more politically stable country. Now, why this is important? Having a more stable political backdrop can have a number of positive spillover effects. It can lead to swifter policy implementation, but it also has a very direct rating impact, actually. It leads to an improvement in the World Bank governance indicators. It does that particularly through two elements, the political stability and the government effectiveness percent ranks. This improvement in governance is important in the context of our rating criteria. Why is that? Structural features carry the heaviest weight in Fitch sovereign rating criteria, and within these, governance indicators carry the heaviest weight in our model, the sovereign rating model, that is the first step in our methodology. Now, I think we have seen some of the benefits of this more stable political backdrop, this improved institutional framework, even during the management of this pandemic. Clearly, I am not a virologist, I am not a doctor, I'm not qualified to pass judgment on how well a pandemic is managed, but it is a fact that Greece has acted early, it has acted fast, it has managed to contain the outbreak, probably better than other European peers. So at Fitch, we are reasonably confident that once the coronavirus crisis is on the way out and we go back to some sort of economic normality, this improved institutional framework will be conducive to swifter policy implementation in economic areas, fiscal areas, and this will in turn support business and consumer confidence. This will also support the relationship with the creditors, with the European Union, and this will eventually feed through to GDP growth. This is important in our framework. An improvement in medium-term GDP growth performance following the pandemic shock, particularly if supported by implementation of structural reforms, is a positive rating sensitivity. As a rating agency, we are also focused on the public finances, obviously. So government debt to GDP returning to a downward path after the COVID-19 shock is also a positive rating sensitivity. But here I would like to say that Greece entered this crisis in a relatively favorable fiscal position, a sizable cash buffer, a large primary surplus, and extremely low medium-term financing needs. These were all factors that contributed to the positive rating momentum pre-pandemic, and now they help to create some rating headroom at the current rating level, despite the crisis. We'll be focused on the banking sector as well. That's also important in our framework. Reduce the risk of crystallization of banking sector contingent liabilities onto the sovereign balance sheet is also a positive rating sensitivity that we have identified. Before the outbreak of the pandemic, the Greek banking sector was progressing well with a steady decline in the NPL ratio. And the sector as a whole was planning to reduce the non-performing loan ratio to below 20% by the end of 2021, mainly driven by large securitizations. Obviously, the economic fallout and the pandemic is going to, in our view at least, at Fitch, is going to delay some of these planned securitizations, at least until there is more visibility on the impact of the crisis on the collateral values and after market conditions stabilize. Now, I'm not a sovereign analyst. I'm a sovereign analyst. I'm not a banking sector analyst, but I have to say a word on one specific bank that is Eurobank, not because we have the CEO in our panel, but Eurobank was more advanced in the asset quality cleanup and could complete a large securitization in early June. This will reduce the impaired loan ratio of the bank to about 15% from 30%. And following this improvement, Fitch upgraded the bank to single B minus. So this will enter also our assessment when we will assess the banking sector in the sovereign, from a sovereign perspective. One final point on the banks, the improvement of the legal framework, including the new insolvency law, the loan protection of borrowers' primary residence are also important factors to consider in the evolution of problem assets in the medium term. So these are all factors that will affect our view on the Greek banks and on the sovereign as a result. One final remark on the European Recovery Fund, Next Generation EU. We would view the Next Generation EU as a net supportive factor for Eurozone EU sovereign ratings. Greece will be one of the main beneficiaries of the fund. Based on the numbers that we have seen on the grant loan allocation, we would conclude that prima facie there can be significant gains in net present value of public debt for the net recipient countries. Countries will receive the funds in the very short term and will repay them over the very long time period. So if the funds are well directed, this can provide a substantial boost for the net recipient countries with a limited public finance impact in the short term. So this leads me to my very last point. There is an important factor in our rating assessment of the Next Generation EU, how the funds will be spent and their effectiveness at promoting a broad-based recovery over time. Will Greece's institutional framework be able to deliver on this? Will it be able to identify growth-enhancing projects and channel the funds efficiently in a very short space of time? This is a question mark, not only for Greece, don't get me wrong, it's a question mark for many other EU countries, but the use of the funds and their effectiveness at supporting growth will be important rating considerations for us. And I will stop here, Chris.
Michele, thank you very much. I think that was a very useful and helpful helicopter view. I wonder if I can now turn to Fokion. Eurobank has already been mentioned, and indeed you seem to have already managed, despite COVID, to have made it below the 20% NPEs ratio. But Fokion, I think what it would be nice to hear about is really how you see the consequences of that in terms of the banks and the providing finance to the economy. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chris. And let me thank also Michele for mentioning our efforts to reduce the NPLs. Indeed, we have completed our accelerated NPE reduction plan, and we have a 15% NPE ratio. But I think it is important that the full banking system continues its efforts despite the pandemic. And I'm really happy that Eurobank has acted as a catalyst so that all the banks accelerate their efforts to reduce NPLs. Now, turning into the financing of the economy, I mean, all of us know that Greece is facing another crisis due to the pandemic this time, but just after the 10-year-long sovereign debt crisis that finished a couple of years ago. However, there is a major difference between the two, even if the recessionary effect this year proves comparable. And what is this? The fiscal crisis eventually affected adversely the banking system, slowing down our ability to finance the economy. On the contrary, the coronavirus-induced recession finds the Greek banks in a much healthier state. The banking system is fully functional. And as a matter of fact, it has strengthened further due to the recent eligibility of the Greek government bonds in the TLTRO of the ECB and also the QE program. And as a result, it can and actually has already started financing the businesses and the economy, covering all the needs. We have made use of all available tools, but let me become a little bit more specific and let me summarize what we have done since the beginning of the pandemic, because I think this is important. To some extent, is going to determine or to affect the recession for this year. So we have used all available tools. First, the deferred payments, as a number of other countries and banking systems have done. We proceeded to offering payment moratoria to close to 200,000 clients, households, and businesses, satisfying about 3 out of the 4 requests. The total liquidity buffer created through deferring payments for a period of at least 6 months, but especially for businesses, at a minimum for the full 2020, is circa 5 billion euros. So a significant amount of liquidity. Second, emergency liquidity. The credit expansion has gained steam to assist clients in countering the initial impact of the lockdown. In the first quarter of the year, based on the numbers that banks have published, we have increased all four together our loan book by about 2 to 3 billion euros, addressing the immediate needs of corporates, mainly the large corporates. And highlighting a single targeted initiative, Eurobank's special tourism support package, tailored to the needs of our hotel and leisure clients, amounting to 750 million euros. And finally, all Greek banks adopted the government-backed programs, which make use of the EU funds, the ESPA funds, coordinating the disbursement of about 2 billion euros to SMEs through the so-called TEPIH program. This is a program that provides new loans to SMEs in which the first 2 years are interest-free, and another 7 billion euros from the state guarantee scheme. The 2 billion euros of TEPIH have already been approved by the banks for specific customers, and we are already in the process of dispersing the funds. The first tranche of the state guarantee scheme of 3.5 billion euros is about to be completed in terms of approvals, and we are already in talks with Hellenic Development Bank for the launching of the second tranche, another 3.5 billion euros, before the end of July. Now, I think it is important also to consider what is the day after. I mean, this is what we have done so far. It is important to provide immediate liquidity to the system, but let's see what is the day after. As I mentioned already, Greek banks have ample liquidity, which is very important, and it is a key difference versus the previous crisis. TLTRO has been important. Greece participates for the first time in the QE, but in addition to liquidity, the Commission proposal for the COVID-19 EU Recovery Fund is generous, and definitely for Greece, it is an opportunity that cannot miss. As you know, we look at the package of aid and loans, but mainly aid grants, to the tune of 32 billion euros. And this is on top of the new National Strategic Reference Framework, the ESPA, for a total of about 50 billion euros, which is about a third of the Greek GDP. So I think a natural question would be, what would be the role of the banks along this program? I think the banking system can be instrumental in leveraging these funds for maximum positive impact. Our prime target is to match publicly available funding with capital, with private capital, and to act as both consultants and financing agents for our customers. In particular, at Eurobank, we are planning to work very closely with our customers to design investment projects in the sector of each one of our customers, which will be first of all bankable and could qualify for the EU funds. I believe that it is, as banking sector, it is our responsibility to help the government and to help our customers on how these funds will be directed to productive investments and not wasted, if I could use this word, in plain consumption, as it was the case a couple of decades ago. I think it is also important to mention that Greek banks are already very active in financing the big investment projects that are already up and running in Greece. in a number of sectors like hotels, real estate, energy, infrastructure, etc. Just to mention a few examples, Eurobank is the sole financing agent for the mainland Greece to Crete interconnection, electrical interconnection, a project that the state grid company, electricity grid company, has initiated. Actually, we signed the contract a few hours ago for 400 million euros. And Eurobank, along with another bank, we are also fully financing the flagship Hellinikon project that also has started today. So let me stop here, and maybe in the second round we can talk about growth accelerators and how these are connected with the EU funds.
Okay, I think that would be very good. Thank you so much. I think that was a very good survey of what you've done, and you hit the timetable, which is quite tight, very well. Socrates, can we turn to you? I guess one of the interesting things when I was discussing with you the other day was that you are also looking at sort of growth accelerators. So perhaps over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. I have a presentation to share and support my let's say speech. Just a moment.
Perfect.
I'm swapping. Of course, the major issue, although we are in an after-COVID period and all the stock markets and the economies have been heavily influenced by this lockdown experience, and of course, stock markets has representing the result by important decrease in pricing. The major issue in question is how it's possible and how it's feasible to raise capital during the recovery period. This is a major issue also for the Greek economy because our major reaction is coming after 10 years of recession where companies, they have cost contained their financial statements and they are looking for improving revenues and results. The major question is, of course, if through capital markets is possible to raise capital after 10 years of recession. So I have decided to present here a chart with capital raising results of the Greek, of Athens, of the Athens Stock Exchange during the period of crisis 10 years from now, where you see that the amounts that have been raised is during these 10 years is 36 billion. This is almost a figure that covers 2/3 of the capitalization nowadays. And we can argue that after capital controls that the Greek economy has faced, this trend has been reduced, of course, but also during this period we have had the opportunity to open a corporate bonds market, which is quite successful. Before 1 year where the capital controls has been ceased, the argument was that the differentiation between the interest rate was the reason for the success of this market, but I am proud to say that today a public offering for the biggest bond issuance has been ended successfully with over-subscription. It was 500,000 euros. It is important also that 3 among 4 banks they were presented as advisors and underwriters, which is also important because the capital raising capacity of Athens is mainly related to the investment banking capacity of the banking system. some months or years before, nobody was believing that 500 million it was capable to be raised by ATHEX. And this is something that I'm mentioning because what we have seen is all those years of crisis, every company that has challenged itself to try to raise money through capital markets, it was successful. Of course, the market has, let's say, an important negative structural issue, which is the amount of assets under management from institutional investors, local institutional investors. Thus, it's much more important that you see that the activity of local investors has been proven important through the bond issuance. And you see that 4% of assets under management over GDP is the figure that we are having in Greece, the lowest among all the European periphery. I'm not speaking for the average of EU. And I'm mentioning this because I believe this is the hottest issue that we are going to face during next years. As I will mention later, it is important that the Greek government has taken some initiatives to find solutions over this issue, at least to tackle solutions. On the other hand, the important, let's say, positive parameter that close this gap is that in Greece, the presence of international investors is much higher than you can find in at least European periphery. We have sustainably over 55% presence of international investors in our trading activity, and also more than 65% of market cap in ATHEX is owned by foreigners. In addition to this, you see that during the years of crisis, the fiscal crisis that we are seeing in Greece, the gap between the European average and the Greek ratio of market cap to GDP has been increased, and this is a clear signal of a potential of the Greek market. I'm not saying that we will be at the same levels of the European average, but even 40%, which is the average of the regional markets, or I mean the South Mediterranean markets, is almost double. And this is, of course, the potential that is keeping all those international investors in our market the last years of crisis. Now, going back to the importance of strengthening the domestic investment, institutional investments, there are two areas well known, Pillar 2 and Pillar 3 of social insurance or insurance, that they must be improved and cultivated in the Greek area. And I'm happy to say that the Ministry of Economy has opened a discussion that starts tomorrow, trying to find solutions and incentives of this in these areas. Incentives that we have seen that other markets that, like the Italian or the French, has already taken in order to improve the local investments, let's say, which goes back to the issue of how we can support SMEs in our region, knowing that SMEs is the backbone of the economy. If we can resolve the problem of SMEs, we are resolving also one of the most important parameters of growth. Of course, I must mention that the institutional investors, local institutional investors, by being strengthened, we are also improving the curbing of volatility we are offering higher liquidity to the market and, of course, improved governance. These are three issues that are also important for the reputation of the Greek market. That and the banking system with a high volatility knows better than everybody else the importance of those issues. Finally, I would like to close my comments by saying that at this point of time, we have, let's say, we have initiated after COVID, two important programs. The second part of the SME pre-listing support program run by EBRD with money from the Ministry of Development in order to prepare SMEs to access capital. And also we are running our Roots program with in association with more than 8 Greek large cap companies, the most important in their sectors, and also 3 out of 4 banks. This Roots program is trying to accelerate the growth of SMEs and especially startups and to improve their knowledge and skills in order to raise capital through organized markets or through capital markets. And I'm saying not just organized because I would like to present also our alternative market, a multilateral trading facility that we have renovated in 2019, preparing and not foreseeing the COVID case, preparing for an increased need and demand for equity. It is important for us that during this fiscal crisis has been revealed the major issue for the health of the private sector, which is the debt to equity ratio and the importance of equity in order to give the financial structure to companies to growth by adding additional debt, but in a let's say balanced way. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will be glad if there is a discussion later to participate.
Thank you, Socrates. That's very helpful, very interesting. I think that it's moving into SMEs also sort of moves into the territory of our next speaker, on Nicola Di Michaelis from the Commission DG Regio. Nicola, please go ahead. It'll be very interesting to hear what you have to say in terms of.
Chris, thank you very much. Thanks to all. Let me start by congratulating the Greek government for the speed and decisiveness with which it acted to mobilize almost €1 billion of reprogramming of the funds, using all the flexibilities that the Commission provided between March and April. And so they were able to shift those resources to address the liquidity problems of the business sector, by the way, refinancing some of the schemes that Dr. Karavias, as mentioned, was referring to. Now, looking ahead, I wanted to touch very briefly on how much, the what, and the how, and in particular the how. The structural funds, the European structural funds, represent on average 35%, 35% of public investment in Greece. And I'm talking of the current programming period, 2014-2020. Now, if we look ahead, what happened with the recovery package and the proposals that the Commission put on the table is that if there's one thing that we will not lack over the next few years is public money. If you add up some of the numbers, and stay with me for a second, I have almost 21 billion euro of structural funds for the period 21-27. You need to add around 18 billion euro of the resilience and recovery fund, and this is only for the grant part. And then there is another 8 billion something for the loan part. 1.7 billion for the Just Transition Fund, let alone the tail of the current programming period of the structural funds, which is another 10 billion. So if you add up all this money, and let's not talk about all the operation of the European investment banks and the banking sector, there will be a gigantic amount of resources that will flow into the economy over the next few years. And most of this money is front-loaded. So for me, the real issue, and I think that some of you raised it, is what to do with it and how to use this money to ensure that it's used in the most effective way. Now, the structural funds have done some important things like the completion of the Trans-European transport backbone, or as it was mentioned, electricity interconnectors, or intervention in the field of solid waste from Western Macedonia to Epirus. That said, however, it's clear also that challenges remain, whether because the productivity remains relatively low in Greece, the level of innovation of its business structures remains also low. All the regional competitiveness index that we have position many, if not most, of the Greek regions at the bottom of the table. So there is an overall problem of competitiveness that needs to be addressed. Now, how we are thinking in terms of the programming of all and the use of all these resources, well, it's clear that with the political agenda that this new commission set in December with the Green Deal, we will read all the investment proposals of Greece, as of any other European countries, through the lenses of the double digital and green transition, which means that we will look at massive investment in renewables, in digital infrastructures, everything, all the infrastructures that are needed to accompany a transition toward a climate neutral economy, and obviously intervention in the field of innovation. But all this is fine, provided that you have a governance system that ensures that those resources are spent correctly and efficiently. And this is where I think that we need to have a very serious conversation. And again, this is not a conversation that we're having with Greece. We're having it with Greece and with many other countries in Europe. But I think that is, in a sense, the essence of this discussion. And I think that some of you mentioned at the beginning. Because if we do not have the structures that are able to use those resources, if we do not have the pipeline of projects, because let's face it, all those public resources will compete for the same pool of projects. And therefore, we need to step up the capacity to create a viable pipeline of projects. And this is why, for example, they need to set up very quickly the facility that will help the Greek authorities to create and prepare their pipeline. If we do not look at how public procurement works and the complication that sometimes exists, things will remain a bit slower. If we don't look at the capacity of the beneficiaries that in the end will have to implement all those resources, we also will not be able to use efficiently the resources at hand. And so our key point here is that this is the type of conversation on which we need to concentrate on to ensure that where it is not broken, we don't fix it, but where we have discovered that there are consistent weaknesses, we need to address them and to think of alternative way of doing things. And so institutions and governance would be very much at the center of the conversation that we need to have together with our colleagues in the Commission, from ECFIN, from DG Reform, to help think about how things can be done more smoothly and how procedures can be simplified. And let me conclude with a point on timing. All this needs to happen now. We should not make the mistake of waiting for all the decisions down to the last euro and the last comma of the regulations to be concluded to start thinking and preparing all these programs. If we want to start, and we don't want to waste time, immediately to spend these resources, because the economy needs these resources now. And so the invitation really is, let's start. And the Commission, I think, is ready to engage in this debate, to look at what can be done with all these resources and how best we can use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. I mean, obviously, the authorities are indeed, I understand from Alex's presentation, looking at having a strategic investment pipeline and of course, with I guess the international banks, some project preparation facility. But indeed, we need to see those institutional elements actually installed. Perhaps it's now time to move to Dag Detter. I'm assuming that we can have an extra 5 minutes at least at the end of this session, since we're 10 minutes late in starting. Dag, go ahead.
Thank you. The Greek taxpayer is sitting on a gold mine via the Greek government. So in addition to the previous speaker, no pressure, but there is plenty of funds available if we know how to manage them. The IMF thinks that every government is sitting on a gold mine worth 2 times GDP. Well, in Greece, we're not going to get into the valuation, because we had a discussion about that 10 years ago, and we have done the valuation, and we have found that, as in every country, we only see the tip of the iceberg, which is partly due to the accounting system in the public sector, not only in Greece, but everywhere, is not sufficient to look at the whole balance sheet. It looks at debt and the cash, but it forgets the asset side. And we have come a very long way in Greece by creating, today we have HCAP. But HCAP has not really started this journey to develop the assets so that they can generate the additional revenues for the country and for the budget. And this is the conclusion of my intervention here. But there is more under the iceberg, under the surface of this iceberg. You have all the local governments. The rule of thumb around the world is, which also goes for Greece, which I'm very familiar with, is that local governments usually own real estate on top of whatever utilities, etc. they own, which are more than half of the real estate market in value terms. And so does the national government in Greece. And this is the most hidden asset, which is, really, we have tried for more than 15 years, or actually 30 years, to uncover and develop so that it generates the yield that could benefit the society as a whole. So what do we mean with developing? I mean, we have, in a public asset portfolio, we are focusing mainly on 2 types of assets. It's the operational assets, which are the SOEs on the national level, utilities at the local and national level, and then you have the real estate. Operational assets are usually the ones that we see and we talk about. They are very important. However, they are much smaller than the real estate. The real estate is usually 2 to 3 times bigger in value terms than the operational side. However, we shouldn't forget the operational side, because they are often infrastructure assets like utilities, electricity, ports, airports, etc. Not in Greece though, but that they are run efficiently is core to productivity. And then we have the real estate, which is a very particular problem in Greece, as in many other countries, because of the lack of a proper cadastre, etc. But if we get this done, there is a huge amount of revenues to be added to the government budget. The IMF estimates this to be, in general, globally, around 3% of GDP, which is not to be dismissed. And it has also other consequences, because it will add productivity to the vital sectors, including real estate. And to the previous speakers' important points, if we start with the capital markets, managing public assets professionally will add to the volume and the value of the stock exchange through bond issuance and equity issuance. And it will also, more importantly, I think Socrates will approve, it usually in every country adds to the SMEs, because there is always inside the SMEs, there is always a lot of smaller companies that are non-core assets that can be divested, and which will add to the SME sector. It will improve both the banking sector and the capital markets. And of course, by having better run real estate and operational assets and better competition, it's not necessary. You don't have to drive privatizations, especially not if the competition is not there, if the companies are not well run. But when they're well run, yes, FDIs and private sector involvement will be very helpful and efficient for the economy. And this is what will drive economic growth and additional revenues to the Greek government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we are unfortunately rapidly running out of time. I think perhaps I'll just try to summarize what I think is a very interesting and important discussion. I think from the international point of view, I mean, it's quite clear things are happening in Greece, both governance-wise and banks-wise. And I think that it's very clear that the governments and the banks, obviously led by Eurobank, have made very big steps forward in terms of dealing with NPLs. And now I have to say, Fokion, this was the first time that I've been able to hear bankers talking about lending money, which has not been high on the agenda up to now, and that's I think extremely welcome. I think on the stock market side, what's extremely interesting is is the SMEs. I mean, we know very well that Greece has been very successful in developing sort of small high-tech SMEs, and that is clearly an area where the finances can go and where we can see some further potential and scope for funding. And I think it's very interesting. I understand that Alex Patalis was also talking about sort of second, third pillar funding activities earlier. So I think this may be of very great interest in terms of the stock market beginning to pass through the funds into the economy as it should be. I think on the public sector side, clearly there's and I understand this was a subject of the discussion earlier as well. There are some issues about how you implement the new program. Whether ESPA is good, but there are certainly issues about delivering it. And indeed, in terms of the recovery and resilience plan, I guess the authorities are going to have to take care and develop everything that they can in terms of developing sort of structural reforms, but also reforming the structures for investments, and I think this is clearly a very important area. And I mean, it's certainly true that there are things on the table in terms of project preparation facilities, in terms of having a pipeline of new strategic investment projects, which would potentially allow public-private partnerships to work and fund those. But of course, the next stage is to ensure that those things happen. And then I think on the real estate, I understand that on the real estate, there's been a very, very great efforts to move forward with the real estate to sort of identify and transfer those assets and to make sure that they can take the next step. But as Dag says, that next step also needs to happen, and I think that this is something which we're also looking forward to. So I think that unfortunately we'll have to end at this point. But can I thank everybody very much for participating and for your and for what has been an extremely interesting panel, and I've a much more positive panel, I must say, than some of the discussions I've seen in the past of this issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Μιλήστε στον αέρα.
Hello, I'm Nikos Avlonas, and I'm the president of CSE, and I'm going to be the coordinator for this session. This session is about Green Deal and how Greece can gain a competitive advantage for the years to come. As you all know, Europe aims to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. The Green Deal, it's also a growth strategy for Europe, but not only ways to cut its greenhouse gas emissions, but also create new job positions, improve quality of life by investing in clean energy, and reinforce circular economy and maintain biodiversity. It has been estimated only by the use of circular economy, according to a national plan, that more than 15,000 jobs will be created in the next year. So Green Deal is a big issue for Greece. Greece has an unexpected opportunity. It needs to sustain its economic growth at a very critical moment following the devastating effects of the COVID-19, but also it needs to accelerate its response to climate change using the levers of EU Green Deal. We have a panel of fantastic speakers today, and I'm going to get started with George Kremlis. George Kremlis is the advisor to Prime Minister on Energy, Climate and Circular Economy, and he was Director of the European Commission, Honorary Director of the European Commission, where he started his career back in 1981. George, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Nikos. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be a member of this important panel, a forward-looking panel on the Green Deal and on the perspectives of Greece in relation to the Green Deal. Let me start by saying a few words on our perception as regards the Green Deal and the carbon neutrality. First of all, our level of ambition is very high. The Prime Minister is expressing the highest possible level of ambition, followed by the government, not only within the country at local, regional and national level, but also within the European Union and at the global scale, which is extremely important in terms of semantics. The second point is that we have the capacity. The new government has the structures and we have the capacity to make the Green Deal happen to move to carbon neutrality. We are phasing out from lignite much earlier than other member states, 2023 for the 4 municipalities in Western Macedonia and 2028 for Megalopolis in the Peloponnese. The National Plan on Energy and Climate is one of the most ambitious ones, with even more ambitious goals than the current ones of the European Union. Currently, all the pieces of environmental legislation adopted have a high level of ambition. And I would say that we are also moving towards implementing the second action plan of the European Commission on Circular Economy. We are now reviewing the National Circular Economy Plan, which needs to be updated to take on board the new developments. And last but not least, as this exercise is linked to what Greece can do, we have the potential in Greece. We have the potential in Greece not only in terms of willingness and capacity, but also as a country, as Greece can promote renewable sources of energy. We have sun, we have the solar, the wind, we have tide, we have geothermy. And what is extremely important is to promote also the biomass through bio-waste, which is now becoming the fifth waste stream that can lead to energy generation, which is considered as a renewable source of energy. Therefore, all these developments are extremely important. We are currently preparing the new National Waste Management Plan, which will undergo a public consultation. It reflects the higher circular economy targets on waste management, with the view to meeting the 65% recycling target by 2035, reducing the landfilling, complying fully with the requirements of the EU environmental legislation on waste management, and of course, completing the work on urban waste water, as Greece is still lagging behind in few agglomerations. We need to complete the network, and we need, of course, to reuse the water that we can recover from the wastewater plants, which can be reused in the context of the circular economy. Now, what is important is that on the top of all that, our ambition is to promote at the EU level the greening process of the recovery package. This is an extremely important package which is there because of COVID. Greece has been very performant as regards the way we have managed the pandemics, and we are now happy to welcome foreign tourists, as Greece is considered to be a COVID-resilient country. We have managed to promote the idea that climate is linked to the quality of the environment, to public health, and of course to the quality of life. We need this chain to be resilient, and these are ideas that need to be promoted across the new generation EU, which is extremely important. The Just Transition Fund, and here we are happy to say, and I'm also proud to say, because I have contributed to that, that the Just Transition Fund does not apply only to the 5 lignite municipalities, but also to the islands that need to become clean energy islands. And therefore, we can either connect them to the mainland through the grid that we can develop, or we can promote renewable sources of energy. There are currently extremely interesting ideas to put renewable sources of energy on islets and other small islands that can be connected to bigger islands, and therefore improve the energy mix through renewable sources of energy that the country needs, with a new view also to meeting the targets of the National Plan on Climate and Energy. These were some initial ideas that I wanted to share with you, and of course I'd like to stop here because time is flying, and possibly ask any questions that might be asked at a later stage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, George, for keeping the time and also sharing with us the goals for the government for the next coming months. Appreciate that. Still going to have time for discussion later on. I move on with the next speaker. This is Tassos Kaniotis, is the Director of DG for Agriculture and Rural Environment of the European Commission. While he's often in Greece, right now he's in Brussels, so he's going to share with us his views from Brussels. Tassos.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk about three broad things as brief as I can. One, broadly, what is new with respect to the Green Deal and why it's important. Second, what's the link in the area that I'm dealing with, which is the Common Agricultural Policy. And third, why the Common Agricultural Policy and food and farming is also crucial for recovery in Greece. First of all, in terms of the Green Deal, what is new in the Green Deal is that it puts together, in an attempt to make them coherent and consistent among themselves, a series of policies, from energy to transport to industry, all the way to environment and farming. In a way, to understand the challenge that we face with the Green Deal, we have to focus on the fact that we know that growth in the last 30 to 40 years, or after the Second World War, has essentially solved economic and social problems at the cost of the environment. So the real bet that we have with the Green Deal is it possible to actually combine economic and environmental efficiency together, jointly, and turn this into a growth strategy? In the area of food and farming, the real crucial question, to put it bluntly, is can we really produce more with less and better at world level? Because with the growth of population, we need more food. Or are we going to rely on limiting our capacity to produce food in Europe and forget about what is happening in the rest of the world? This is not the answer we're giving. In fact, and I come to the second point, the Common Agricultural Policy has been shifting already its orientation into more environmental and climate action, understanding that we have made enormous progress when it comes to supporting farm income, increasing competitiveness. It's not by accident Europe is the largest exporter and importer in the world, but we've done that with a certain limitations. In a sense, it's as if we are asking 3 world champions to break new records. I don't think there is much debate in the fact that the European food system is considered to be the most innovative worldwide, but it's not enough. It is clear that the European agriculture is the only major system in the world that reduced emissions by 20% in the last 30 years. It's clearly not enough, and we have been stagnating. And it's also clear with the system like Copernicus, we have the capacity to address innovation and enhance the delivery of environmental and public goods much better. So how can we do that, and where is it also important for Greece? Now, Greece has the characteristic that has a very small sector as part of its economy that receives up to now more than 50% of the funds. That's as much as the Common Agricultural Policy gets. And it goes through farmers. So we have seen examples of very significant improvement in competitiveness, some improvement in the food trade balance, and in terms of innovation and in terms of research, concrete examples that demonstrate that the country has the capacity to make these moves further. What we have also seen is some weaknesses in the transfer of knowledge. Worldwide, we have a situation where with precision farming, we do arrive at improving the capacity to deliver economically and environmentally more with less. but we don't have a transfer of this knowledge to everybody. Not everybody applies in the same way this knowledge, and there we also have an issue of resistance to change that comes to the fear of new technologies and to perceptions on privacy issues, for example. In all of these areas, one of the central characteristics of the new orientation of the Common Agricultural Policy is strengthening the farm advisory systems and the link between the production and the transfer of knowledge and innovation. It is essential to do that, and that's one of the areas where Greece has to focus very much its priorities. And this comes very centrally to the elements of the recovery package and the proposal of the Commission that are linked to the digital and the green transition. Now, and I finish with that, one of the characteristics of the link of agriculture to the Green Deal is the fact that in farming, we do not need to train farmers to do other jobs. We need to train farmers to be farmers in a better way than what we're doing today. And we manage to do that by generating a net jobs and growth positive effect in rural areas, provided that we move in that direction. And I stop here as an introduction, and I hope to be able to answer some questions later on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Tassos. We're definitely going to have more time for questions later on in order to make this whole panel more interactive. I'm going to move on with Phoebe Koundouri, which is a professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business and president-elect at the European Association of Environmental and Natural Resources Economists. Phoebe has a presentation to share with all of us. Phoebe, could you please open your microphone?
I'm really sorry about the delay. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that. Can you see
now we can hear you.
Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this wonderful panel. We'll be talking about the sustainability transition and try to connect the SDGs, the European Green Deal, and the Recovery Fund in the European semester process. Of course, all this has to be put into the perspective of the after COVID situation, where we've seen that governments have the ability to take dramatic measures to mitigate an existential threat, and people are able to adapt to new restricted lifestyles. National governments seem to be very well equipped to respond to emergencies, and of course the timing of the response is crucial. The COVID-19 also reveals the depth of global interdependence, and it also reveals the need for rebooting the economy and the whole socio-economy towards a more people-centric, inclusive, rights-based and participatory and green development as envisioned in the Agenda 2030, which is one of the reasons that the European Green Deal arrived after the failure of the COP25 in Madrid. The climate emergency refers to the urgency of having to limit global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius in terms of an increase compared to pre-industrial average temperature. If we don't manage to do that, then we are facing a huge risk of droughts, floods, and extreme heat and poverty for hundreds of millions of people. And if you look at the numbers, carbon neutrality in 2050, as stated in the European Green Deal, means that we need to cut our emissions by 7.6% per year. This means a global reduction target of at least 68% by 2030. And it is interesting to compare the response to one existential crisis, which is climate change, and the other that we just faced, the health crisis of COVID. We see that the response to COVID was much swifter. Why? Because the killing of people, the deaths with regards to the climate crisis, is hidden in the jargon. It is referred to as increased frequency and severity of natural disasters, and it is spread over decades. This makes climate change seem less of an emergency. However, it is not, because there is intense speculation that this virus is the result of deforestation that brought together closer human and animal populations, and as a result, the zoonotic viruses made the cross-species live, but also the effects of the climate extreme event, where climate-related extreme events are also very costly, much more costly than what we are facing now with regards to COVID-19, if added over the decades. Very quickly, what has happened recently with regards to sustainability. In 2017, 193 countries have endorsed the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. A few months later, we endorsed the Paris Agreement. Then in 2018, we knew that the Paris Agreement will not be enough because we need to limit temperature below 2 degrees, 1.5 degrees increase compared to pre-industrial level. This is consistent with the European Green Deal target of neutrality by 2050. And in 2019, in New York, we've shown how the SDGs can be operationalized in 6 different transformations, which are basically transformations that the European Green Deal is focused on, but also the recovery plan is focused on: education, health and well-being, decarbonization, sustainable food, land, water, and ocean, sustainable cities, and digital revolution. 2019, we have the European Green Deal. It's about a climate neutral Europe, as I said. It is about inclusiveness, leaving no one behind. It is about protecting health and the biodiversity of the countries of the Union, and about making the countries in the Union leaders in clean tech. And there is a budget of 1 trillion, half of it coming from EU budget, and the other hope to be leveraged by public and private funds. And then we have COVID. Then we know that flattening the infection curve steepens the macroeconomic recession curve. And we know that the recovery plan is focused on supporting member states to recover, kickstarting the economy, and learning the lessons from the crisis. The Commission will lend proceeds to European countries under the recovery and the resilience facility. And the idea is to finance their reform and resilience plans in line with the objectives of the European semester, but also make everything consistent with the multi-annual financial framework that is now being agreed between 21 and 25. And I want to emphasize here that the European semester process now, the President of the European Commission has identified the SDGs as the protagonist of the current European semester process. Are we on track? Today, 1 hour ago, we've launched the new Sustainable Development Report of the United Nations. This is the new SDG dashboard and index, and although there is some progress, only a minority of states are on track, with the rest of the world not being on track. And the main results here are that the highest priority is to suppress the pandemic. COVID-19 COVID-19 has a negative short-term impact on most SDGs. The 6 transformation pathways that I referred to can help build back better, greener, fairer, and more resilient. Asia Pacific is more effective so far with regards to dealing with the COVID. Rich countries generate negative spillovers on other countries, and that there is an urgent need for global partnerships and collaboration. This is Greece. Greece shows some progress with regards to dealing with poverty and with regards to clean water, affordable energy, and a decent growth. But on all other SDGs, we are facing major challenges. And we hope that we will be able to recover better by designing through the European Green Deal and the merging of the European Green Deal with the Recovery Fund, using the combined funds and policies of these 2 big reform strategies to design our economy in a way that will mitigate threats of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pandemic, and also leverage the power of people to achieve the vision of prosperous, inclusive climate and pandemic resilient society with a circular net zero emissions economy. And it has been shown in academic work that climate positive policies offer superior economic characteristics. The major thing I wanted to put forward here, other than the new SDG
I'm sorry, Ms. Kunduri, you have still 1 more minute.
I am rounding up with this slide. Is the new initiative of the European Green Deal. I lead the senior working group together with Professor Sachs from Columbia University, that is developing pathways of technological and policy innovations for the joint achievement of the European Green Deal, the SDGs, and respective portfolios of financial instruments consistent with the European Green Deal budget, the EU Recovery Plan, the European semester process, and the multi-annual financial framework. This group works very closely with another group that I'm also part of, and it's the Lancet, the new Lancet Commission on COVID, that engages global leaders to promote best practices in the control of the pandemic, social protection of basic needs, and the recovery of the global economy. Early autumn, we are going to show the results of this huge effort that tries to map the SDGs into the European Green Deal narrative, into the semester, European semester process country recommendation, and build pathways of innovation portfolios, but also finance portfolios that will lead us to a sustainable recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phoebe, for sharing this very interesting information and facts for all of us about the SDGs. It's going to be part of our discussion later on. Last but not least is Elena Philippou, which is the brand president and innovation officer at Corres Natural Products. It's a pleasure to have you with you today. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, I hope you guys can all see the deck.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So good afternoon from me as well. I'm so happy to be part of this Congress, and it's a personal passion of mine, the whole green technology. I come from the beauty industry, and we are a Greek beauty brand with export activity to Europe, but mostly the US and China. And so I'm here to talk to you about how to build a green and sustainable business model and how we can really help businesses in Greece grow. So I would like to start and give you the context of, okay, sorry, this is not moving. Okay. Yeah, lots of pictures.
Yes,
yeah. So these are my mood boards. And where I really want to go down to is that Greece, the way I see it, is a mega brand. For all those reasons that you see here, Greece has such a rich history, and things like the beauty of the country, the pure nature, the pure ingredients, the Mediterranean diet, hospitality, the notion of classic beauty. So many things comprise Greece. So think about how many businesses could possibly start from those ideas, can build off those ideas, create added value, and bring value to the market. So we start from, I think, from a very good basis. The Green Deal for Greece and how I have lived in this for these 25 years. There is a circle. Mr. Hanyotis said in his presentations, from farm to fork. And in my world, we say from seed to skin. It's the same thing. We're talking about a circle that consumers really want to be part of. So we start from the ingredients. I want to share some trivia here that are really funny with my fellow European citizens. Germany, a major country in Europe, has 12 endemic plants. Endemic means unique. They only live in this place. UK, on the other hand, because it's an island, they have 20 endemic plants. Here in Greece, the island of Crete alone has 500. Greece in total, more than 1,500 endemic plants, and totally more than 6,000 plant species. And not only we have this amazing variety, we're a hotspot of biodiversity for the globe, but also we have some of the most resilient and long-living species on the planet. They really survive on our land and in our waters. So Greece, in terms of ingredients, there is no better place to be. We can find the best here, and we can find innovative ingredients that exist in no other place. Next step is, okay, since we have all those ingredients, how do we choose the best? How do we know which is the best ingredient for a specific benefit that we're looking for? This is where primary research comes. And fortunately, in Europe, we have amazing platforms. We have platforms where major research is happening for the benefit of humanity, of the consumer. And for this research, we have very big consortiums of high-profile academic institutes and industrial partners and research partners, and they all come together to discover the most powerful ingredients for the benefits we are looking for. And this can, of course, apply in many fields, like medicine, personal care products, agrochemicals, food, everything. Okay, since we have selected the best ingredients, how do we source them? Where do we take them from? There are some principles here, of course, and they have to do with green. Wild harvesting is a huge no. We cannot collect wild from nature. We do not take natural resources. We just plant, we give, and then we use part of it. We have to promote organic farming, preserve the biodiversity of endangered species, and work with people. Some people that live in very poor and remote places in our country, they have lived there for generations, and they know the unique way to cultivate those ingredients that exist in no other place. So only they know. And those local farmers are part of our nature. Here comes the tricky part. We have sourced our ingredient, we cultivated, we harvested, we have our ingredients, for example, for us in our facility. What do we do with it? Because we cannot use it as it is. We have to make processing, we have to make an extract to extract all those active molecules from the plant. How do we do this? With a fully equipped extraction process. And here, again, we have some principles. I would like to begin by saying that there is vast knowledge in the universities. People know everything about the chemistry of plants, about what to extract and how. We have to use all natural solvents because a plant with a chemical solvent is not a natural extract. We have to use cold processing. Why? Because those ingredients are sensitive and we have to preserve those active materials. And we have to do something about waste. We can compost our waste if we don't use chemicals and it's all natural process. We compost our waste and we send it back to the farmers to use as organic fertilizer. So everything can be green and clean and zero waste. I have a red part here in my presentation, which is the part where I say we need help. Industry needs help. There is lack of industrial scale extraction units in Greece. We don't have many. We created the first one. There is lack of knowledge when we have a raw material. Let's say we make olive. It's so common in Greece. However, for olive to be suitable to be used by the industry, let's say the beauty industry, you need proper documentation. And people don't know how to do this or what are the market standards. And the third, and very important, is that there are so many efforts like startups from universities. I see many people like that, but they don't have a business partner that can tell them what we can go out there and sell, because it's a business. Moving on, industrialization. Once we have an extract or something really precious that we produced in our extraction unit, we need to make a final product. And in order to do this, to make a product, you need R&D partner, formulation to do the formula, production partner, facilities to produce for you, and you need a regulatory partner. But this is not really difficult. Those people exist in the market, and you can find them also one stop. Also some quality standards that are important to follow, and I would like to highlight, of course, ISO 14001, which is the environmental ISO, and GMPs and everything, of course, are important for the business. And since we have a product, we have to sell it. It has to go to the market, it has to reach the consumer. This is the commercialization part. I put it last, but from the beginning, I said we're talking about a circle. So this is the beginning and the end of the circle. For a business to be successful, we have to start by thinking, what is the business need? What is the market opportunity? What can we sell? And then we go and search for it, and we make research, and we produce it, and then we're able to sell it. So what we're trying to build from the business side is really a full circle. So the Green Deal for Greece, to sum up, for me, Greece has enormous added value as a brand. Greek nature is one of the highest biodiversity hotspots on the planet, and we have some of the most powerful herbs on the planet. There is very good theoretical knowledge in the academic institutes and very good lab knowledge. At lab scale, they can do everything. And there is very good primary research opportunities with the European platforms that already exist. Where we should go in and help is the industrial scale production of extracts and the lack of knowledge, so people that can really document those ingredients and business people to partner with the universities. I want to finish with a story. We started 25 years ago with a dream to use those amazing Greek herbs to produce beneficial products, only to find out that we had to buy those Greek herbs from Germany or Switzerland or other places, because there was no processing happening in Greece. So we could only import. And in order to materialize our dream, we created this process. I'm happy to share with you, and I hope this is helpful, and I'm ready to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lena, for connecting business with Green Deal. We appreciate that. We're going to have some questions later on. So I kept some notes, and some of the common note is that the Green Deal could have an enormous positive effect, both economically and environmentally, for Greece in the next decade. But the big question, and I'm going to start with George, is that, as you know, George, COVID-19 is a big disruptor for the economy, including Greek economy, of course. So how Green Deal or elements of Green Deal could support the sustainable recovery plan very soon? George, can you unmute? Could you please unmute?
Thank you. Let me first say that in the short term, the lockdown has had some positive environmental impacts in terms of atmospheric pollution, air quality, waters, etc. And of course, there are lessons to learn from this as regards, for example, in the future, electromobility or traveling less. Today, for example, we have discovered that we can communicate with Brussels without the need to take a flight from Athens to Brussels for a 1-hour meeting to be held in Brussels with a very high environmental and climate footprint. Now, what is important is that we integrate somehow through the environmental integration principle and through circular economy that needs to be integrated in all the other policy areas with the view to making them circular. For example, circular agriculture, circular tourism, etc. What is important is to make the link to which I was referring at the beginning between the quality of climate, the quality of the environment, the state of the environment, public health, and then quality of life. And this chain with all the links needs to be resilient. And there is here a huge opportunity through the recovery package to highlight this interconnection and to build also this new culture that will show that pandemics might be there in the future, that we need to build a resilient economy, circular and digital economy, resilient to pandemics, through this integration process, and have also a pandemics resilient, for example, agriculture or tourism. We are talking about tourism because tourism is the heavy industry of Greece, but as Passos has mentioned, this is a very big challenge, and for example, bioagriculture is very important. And I was very pleased to listen to what Lena has mentioned. Congratulations. It's not only CSR, it is a circular economy, I would say, company, because you have a sustainable production pattern, and you have products that both during the preparation, but also in their life cycle, and then at the end, they are sustainable. So this is fully in line with what we should be doing in the context of an integrated product policy and in developing a more circular economy as the new economic model that the EU would like also needs to promote worldwide. As, and this is my last sentence, the environment has no borders. We are all inhabitants of the same planet, and I wouldn't like us to be in a Noah's boat in the future, just to make the link with this biblical situation to which lots of us have referred during the pandemics.
Thank you so much, George, for sharing this information with us. We really appreciate that, and I hope that the government is really gonna apply what you said and create a sustainable recovery, because we all need that. Greece needs that. I'm moving to Tassos. Tassos, you're a specialist in the food and agricultural sector. So practically, how can Green Deal could impact food and agricultural sector? I'm talking about small and medium enterprises here, but even the farmers.
Thanks for the question. And I mean, Lena Filippo, whom I meet for the first time, gave me a pretty good hint of how to answer that concretely. We're talking here about partnership. You mentioned partners, and the public and the private have to be partners, and they are partners in this. And the overall orientation has all the nice words. We're pushing more on organic, on waste treatment, circular, and the rest. Concretely, what we do and what is important. First of all, you have here a company that demonstrates that in Greece and not in another part of the planet, you can have innovation that is at the frontier of what people expect. And we have very concrete examples, more and more in the food and farming area, that demonstrate that Greece has nothing to be ashamed of in terms of competing with others when it comes to the frontier. The real problem is, how do you raise the overall level of ambition? For example, if companies want to have a certain respect of the environment and promotion of biodiversity, what we need to do is find ways where the overall level of all the practices increases in a more targeted intervention of what we have, so that we allow the ones that are on the frontier to show to the others where they have to go. And here comes a new element in the orientation of the Common Agricultural Policy and the Green Deal. It's called strategic plans. So we expect member states to come up with their own priorities, their own needs-based approach. And in this approach, what they have to do is promote EU-wide targets, but in a manner that reflects their local characteristics. And here is an area where Greece has a lot of potential advantage. And believe me, you spoke to me as an expert on food and farming. I'm a city boy that studied ag economics because that's where I found assistantship abroad. And seeing it from abroad and seeing it also from a different angle, it is the last 5 or 10 years, you see clear, concrete steps of improvement in all areas of Greek food and farming, and we need to give a further push to that.
Thank you so much, Tassos. Let's hope that Greece is going to have a right plan ahead for taking advantage of what is happening. We all hope that, of course. I'm moving on to Phoebe Koundouri. Phoebe, you talked about the SDGs and you pay huge attention through the great presentation you provide us. How SDGs could be related with Green Deal and vice versa? So let us know your thoughts.
Thank you. All SDGs reflect targets in the European Green Deal. And all the targets in the European Green Deal can be found in the SDGs and the 169 targets within the SDGs. So this is exactly what we are doing now. We are mapping the European Green Deal in the SDG progress of each and every country, and we are making the connection between the semester recommendations per European country with the progress, with the weaknesses and strengths of each country based on SDG performance. And in Greece, I want to point to 3 different sections where we have huge potential. And all these sections have been identified. Is the circular economy, is a production and consumption model based on principles of designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use, and regenerating natural systems. In Greece, we have a huge potential of increasing annual turnover, increasing jobs in innovative design and business models, research, recycling, remanufacturing, and product development. It is relevant for Greece because circular economy can be implemented at any SME level, to people companies, to multinational companies. It is important because it reduces the environmental footprint, it increases business profits, it creates jobs, it produces health advantages. And we are now working on a project. We finished a project with Climate Kick, and I want to come to the Climate Kick very quickly because this is a big initiative that I am directing within Greece and in connection with the European Climate Kick. With the European Climate Kick, what we did is identified in the smart specialization strategy of our country, which has 13 different operational programs and 4 sectoral programs. We have identified 113 circular economy possibilities. So we recommend in this study that the smart specialization strategy of the country integrates explicitly these circular economy potential possibilities that will create jobs, increase profits, protect the environment, protect the health of people. The other important advantage of Greece is obviously, as George said, renewables, wind and solar, and some other energies, and also the huge advancements that our research laboratories are doing on hydrogen, the next big thing. And the third area I would like Greece to take the lead is in global sustainable shipping and ports. We are a huge power in terms of shipping, in terms of commercial shipping. At the moment, I am leading an initiative that tries to bring together technology developers, ship owners, shipbuilders, ports, policymakers, and politicians in order to identify sustainable pathways, not just for short-haul shipping, where we have the technology, electricity, and hydrogen, but also long-haul shipping, where we don't have the technology yet, but there is huge progress with regards to ammonia and hydrogen. And I would like to close.
Thank you so much, Phoebe.
Yeah, just let me
Thank you so much, Phoebe, for sharing about these initiatives.
Okay, I just want to say one
I'm going
word.
to Lena because we're running out of time right now.
Okay.
And Lena is representing the only business in the panel. So Lena, I'm tempting to ask you how business can take advantage of Green Deal and become more competitive. I think you're an excellent example to share your information with you.
Thank you, Nikos, and thank you everyone for the comments. I will say that to begin with, tomorrow I will start applying some SDGs in our company. I like this concept very much. I think it's going to help us a lot. So, but how can we take advantage of the Green Deal? Actually, people care, consumers care. When you go now to the most expensive restaurants, to Michelin-star restaurants, you will see where the olive oil comes from. Consumers want to know where the ingredients come from, how we cultivate them, are they organic, what are the people behind them. They want to hear the story. They want to hear innovation. They want to hear everything. They care. That's how businesses grow. That's what adding values to the businesses now, in this world that we exist now. So definitely, going for that full circle, doing all of this effort, doing all of those processes pays back. Businesses grow because of this. I would like to say that for us, we're a very small company globally in the beauty arena. However, we have introduced 7 new ingredients in the global INCI directory that did not exist. The global beauty business did not know them. And of course, they're all Greek, all of them, Greek endemic plants. My dream, like for Greece and how more businesses can grow is I think we need a hub. We need something like a cluster, something that brings people together. Somebody can produce, somebody can extract, somebody can manufacture. So how do we bring all of this together, create businesses? I hope this answers your question.
Great, let's hope we're gonna do that. Okay, so we are at the end of this panel discussion. I would like to thank all of you for your great presentation and be able to respond to some of the questions, which I hope we make the whole panel far more interesting. Some conclusions. Let's agree that Green Deal could have an enormous positive effect, both environmentally and also economically in Greece in the next decade, if the right things will be done. There's always the if factor in Greece. And secondly, businesses, as Lena mentioned, but also the public sector, should take advantage of the Green Deal mechanisms and funding in order to become more sustainable and competitive in the near future. Perhaps this is a great opportunity in Greece, and perhaps we should not lose this opportunity again and be able to take all the advantages we can in order to build a more sustainable future, but also have a more sustainable recovery, as George mentioned in his presentation. And with that, we're moving to the end of this session. I would like to thank our speakers. I would like to thank the European Commission for their kind invitation, and IOBE, and especially Nikos Vetas for his personal engagement from the beginning to the end and creating this great conference. And I'm moving to Nikos for the conclusions of the first day of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. Let me just take 5 minutes to wrap up where we are. I believe this was a very dense in terms of content and ideas, 4 hours with many key people commissioners, ministers, businessmen, economists, policymakers that are going to shape how Greece is going to be in the next few years. I think it's hard to avoid the general feeling that what may be missing at this juncture is not so much resources. Greece has a lot of resources, starting from the last panel, natural resources. Financial resources may also be available. And it also seems that perhaps unlike some other times, there isn't much disagreement that Greek policy and European policy, they have to reinforce each other. However, having resources is not enough to succeed in terms of growth. Otherwise, all countries would be perfect. And it seems to me that what we heard in the first day and what we will hear in the second day, and I'm already looking forward to that. I'm just going to highlight a couple of panels coming up towards the end, cries for some determination that starting from where we are, in fact, from the position where Greece has found itself to be sliding over the last few years, that's not the conclusion that we cannot escape. And Greece can climb up fast towards at least the averages in the Eurozone, because there are the resources to do that. And if there is a plan and determination and enough support, this can be done. In the first three of today's panel, we had Commissioner Gentiloni and Minister Staikouras setting up the stage, where I heard that I heard a lot of determination that there is no way both Europe as well as Greece are going to let this opportunity slide. And then we got into some details, but very important details. First of all, Declan Costello and Barbara Kaufman presented the view of the Commission within the European semester and broader about where Greece is. I was very interested in Michael Argyrou's position, which is that there are some core problems that Greece still has to solve, starting from productivity, that if we don't solve, we are not going to do well in pretty much any other aspect of economics and related social implications. Then we had, I believe, a key session with Martin Ferfe and Alex Patelis highlighting why the so-called recovery fund, actually let's put it more carefully as a next generation EU initiative, is key for Europe and for Greece, and that this is not an opportunity we should let slide again. Then we turned to our last two panels of the day. Finance has always been an issue in Greece during the last few years of the crisis, both at the public and the private level. Banks, as Fokion Karavias explained, all banks, I would add, have actually covered a lot of ground in the last few years. However, they have to continue to be very focused on two areas. One is dealing with the NPEs, and secondly, trying to channel liquidity where it's going to be more productive. But banks is not, even though they are core, they're not the whole economy. And Socrates Lazaridis explained how the development of capital markets is essential for Greece in going forward, and in fact how small and medium-sized enterprises can be involved. It was also interesting to see the assessment of Fitch, and no, of course not all the rating agencies would agree. However, Michele Napolitano explained in what was the view, or what are the dangers, but also what are the opportunities for how investors should look at Greece. And then, of course, Greece still has a lot of public assets that, unless we properly increase their value, and that can mean a number of different things, as Doug Detter explained, that would be a big hole in the country's balance sheet. Last but not least, Green Deal is a big deal. And even though this is true for Europe overall, and Europe has not only to do its part regarding this globally, but lead, it's an even bigger deal for Greece. It's, as it is explained, it's not actually being environmentally responsible, is not something that is contrary to the economy. In fact, it can present tons of opportunities. And this was very clearly highlighted by all the speakers in the panel. Even though it was clear as a message, let me underline that the Greek brand, as Lena Filippo explained, can be very much based in many areas, from food, but obviously not just food, on local products that are going to be as pure as possible. But then there is a matter of infrastructure, circular economy, and all that. This is an amazing opportunity to strengthen the brand, but also to create productive, also to have productive investment in many areas. So that was day one. Tomorrow we are starting again at 3 o'clock, and we're going to go for 4 hours. For those of you who have appetite, in the meantime, we are uploading on the conference website the PowerPoint presentations, since some of them were not enough to be seen. They take more time to digest what's there, so this is available through our website. But tomorrow we are going to continue on the same theme, and we're going to think about reforms and growth. The first panel is going to feature the Growth and Investment Minister, Mr. Georgiadis, but also two important people, Alvaro Pereira, who is the head of the OECD country reports, so he can tell us how the OECD views Greece, as well as Simeon Jankov, who has been the vice president of the government in Bulgaria for a number of years, the person who created the Doing Business indicator in the World Bank. I'm not going to bore you with going through the full agenda that is available on the website, but we're going to think again about growth, both at the macro, but more importantly also at the micro level, thinking about how to reform, how to better utilize resources, and eventually to increase productivity, so that achieving high incomes can be done in a sustainable manner. I would like to thank everybody, all the people who participated in the panels with their questions, and of course the audience. We do not view this as an isolated 2 days event. However, the road ahead for Greece is going to be very interesting, challenging, with lots of opportunities. We're going to see how Europe goes, but more importantly, we have to shape how Greece's future is going to be. So, thanking everybody again, good evening, and I hope we're going to see everybody again tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Thank you.